Yes.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Barr, could you do the roll call, please?
Councilmember Felder,
Here.
Councilmember Lowe,
Here.
Vice Mayor Barnett,
Here.
Councilmember Agramati.
Here?
Mayor Ding.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Today, we did have the closed section starting from 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock. We don't have any reportable item to tell. Next item, I would like to approve today's agenda. Do you have any items you want to change? The council member and the staff? Looks
No.
like a no.
I just
Okay.
want to note, as Vice Mayor Barnett brought up, that there is nothing on the agenda with regard to Traintown. And I'm saying that not just jovially, but if there are people who are here to speak to an item about Traintown, there is no item about Traintown, therefore they would need to speak during the public comment section because there is no agenda item with regard to that. So I just brought that up because we've received a lot of mistaken information about that. Anyway, so with that, I'd like to approve the agenda.
Who's second?
I'll second.
All right. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Felder,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barnett,
Aye.
Councilmember Agramati,
Aye.
Mayor Ding.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Agenda number 1, comments from the public. At this time, members of public may comment on any item not appearing on this agenda. It is a reminder, please keep your speech 3 minutes or less. Thank you.
Just stand up and do it, or what? Go for it. Oh, sorry.
Podium.
Yes, podium. Mhm.
And they have to say their name.
Yeah.
Hello, Mayor.
Yes, please start your name and then how to spell your last name.
Sure, Mayor.
Thank you.
I appreciate for the opportunity, and thank you for being volunteer members of the City Council. My name is Peter Posert. I lived here for many, many years a while ago. Spent hundreds of hours out on those play fields as a coach, and later became a member of the Community Service Environment Commission, where I served for many years ago. And then on a couple of countywide commissions representing Sonoma. I spend about half my time here now in a small neighborhood of town called Sonesta Villa. This is the community that's being impacted by the de novo development that you might have seen or heard about. It's not on the agenda tonight, but I wanted to tell you that this struggle of this community in your town has some real losses that you should be aware of. In the past few months, 5 of the 21 homes have turned. People have left and fled from the rising HOA fees for the lawyers and the architects that the private citizens of this town are having to hire to defend the housing element and zoning codes of this city. That's a disaster. Private citizens are using their money to defend our housing and zoning codes. The city staff seems to be quite, the planning staff seems to just whitewash out this concept. Every time someone from Sonesta Villa or the community comes and speaks at one of these meetings, and you look later at the meeting notes, those heartfelt comments of the citizens, they spend hours poring over. They're not city council, they're not commission members, they're just regular people. They spend hours fearing and public speaking, and then they get up and speak only to have their words taken out of their mouths because the meeting notes don't reflect their comments in any way. The architect's plan that Sonesta Villa came up with is never mentioned in those meeting notes. They're for the development of the property as long as it meets the zoning codes of this town. Never mentioned in the meeting notes. When you take the words out of the citizens' mouths and whitewash out their heartfelt emotions and thoughts and comments and ideas, the loss is immeasurable. It feels to the people of Sonesta Villa like some totalitarian regime that whitewashes the pictures and takes their pictures out of the images out of the pictures or their words from the meetings. And that, my friends, is a loss. The folks who've moved, Judy Friedman, 35 years here. Sue LaRue, about the same adventure travel agent. Jim Oakes, who was a Columbia professor who moved here to write a book, but this overwhelmed him. He moved back to Manhattan. It was easier. Leanne, Patrick too. Five have left. Trying to defend the zoning codes. Good day, sir.
Thank you, Peter.
Evening, Council. My name is Sinjin Bain. I live in Sonoma. I really wanted to talk about parklets tonight, but I'm not allowed to talk now. So what I will talk about is the fact that I can't access this meeting remotely. So I don't understand why. I'd like to feel that I'm an engaged citizen of Sonoma, but I want to engage in the process the way it works for me, the way a lot of people would like to do that. So would you please reinstate the ability to do external Zoom meetings with people allowed to participate? We will have more participation, we will have more engagement, and it's something that I think is really important. I'm not going to stay because I'm not comfortable in this environment right now. So thank you very much. And I would just one comment. The article in the 29th Tribune, everybody should read it about parklets. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bain.
Good evening. My name is Claire Solot, and I'm a resident of Sonoma. In today's San Francisco Chronicle, the headline article was, "COVID, very hard to avoid." For those of you who don't read the Chronicle on a daily basis, I'm going to share a few highlights. Coronavirus cases blew up across the Bay Area in May as the region became entrenched in a sixth surge that is likely many times larger than what reported infections show and may even be approaching the magnitude of this past winter's massive Omicron wave, health experts say. COVID hospitalizations are climbing in the Bay Area too. Sadly, as my husband just said, we are unable, as many other Sonomans, to be able to access this meeting online and give public comment. I wrote to Council on May 17th and asked that they reinstate the hybrid meeting format, not only because of COVID, but because there are many members of our community who cannot afford to come to these meetings, whether it's because they work in the evenings, don't have access to their own vehicle, can't pay for the gas, can't pay for the childcare, have caregiving responsibilities, are disabled, or are simply elderly and don't feel comfortable going out in the evening. I received a prompt response from Councilmember Agramani. "Claire, I checked with Sue Casey, city manager. She said they can still do it. I'll check again with the possibility. It seems convenient for many people." Here we are 2 weeks later, nothing has happened. As Sinjin has just said, we're not staying tonight. I'm having dinner tomorrow with my 84-year-old mother who is a breast cancer survivor. I can't take the risk of staying in this room any longer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Start that clock, Mr. Mayor, man.
Hello, my name's Jeff. I'd like a speed bump or a speed sign in front of Pinelli Park. And that's basically because people go really, really fast right there. And the mailman hit my slow down sign and knocked it over. It was like a bright orange flaggy thing, and the mailman hit it because he was going too fast. But yeah, everybody goes too fast right there. So like, what?
Calming.
A speed calming device in front of Pinelli Park. or at least a speed limit sign, so people know what the actual speed limit is. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Knock that out, Clark.
Hello, my name is Callum Weeks. I'm Policy Director of Generation Housing. Full disclosure, not a resident of the city of Sonoma. However, I feel compelled to speak to the virtual option because it is something that I've seen pretty much all our jurisdictions now essentially remove as an option for folks to engage in, with, various issues that are confronting our community. It's important because it's an accessibility issue. As the woman before me noted, if for some reason you have a disability, you have children, et cetera, it makes it difficult to really come to these meetings. And so I would really encourage the city of Sonoma to maybe be the beacon for other communities and bring back the virtual option and let other communities know that this is really important for really all of our communities so that we can effectively engage and participate. And me personally, I will probably show up in person. It usually makes a bigger splash, but I appreciate offering this to other folks so that everyone feels comfortable participating in our public processes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mandy Massarelli, and I am a resident in Sonoma at the Sonosta Villas complex next to the land that's going to be developed by DeNova. And I just wanted to also comment on this development. Our concerns are that we are trying to get the RM designation, which is a multifamily unit designation, to be respected, which it currently is not, since they're trying to push large single-family 2,000 square foot homes onto this property, which does not respect the context of the neighborhood, which it's supposed to. Our units are 800 to 1,200 square feet, and if they are allowed to build these giant homes that will cost $1 to $2 million, it doesn't help our housing situation whatsoever. And we will be seeing a wall of 30-foot wall next to our driveway of these giant homes, which affects us greatly. Plus, they're allowed to not put enough parking on their property because they got a concession for building one affordable housing unit. So now they're allowed to have less parking, which now we will get their overflow parking into our complex. So I'm concerned that the planning staff are not paying attention to the needs of the community, that they are just pushing through and keep wanting to suggest approval of this development without taking in the consideration of what is needed in this city and what not respecting the neighborhood and the people in that neighborhood that are all in one-story units in the mobile homes and in our small complex next door. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comments? Looks in, no. Okay, let me close public comments. Agenda number 2, meeting dedications. Any? No.
None.
None? Agenda number 3, presentations. Today we don't have any scheduled presentation. Agenda number 4, consent calendars. All items listed on consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon by a single motion. If any items you want to move and change, pull out, looks like none. Okay. I would like to open to public. Excellent.
Yeah, you'll be seeing a lot of me tonight. Callum Weeks again, Policy Director at Generation Housing. So I welcome the creation of a committee solely dedicated to the purpose of supporting climate action. However, the phrase climate action itself should really be spelled out more in the committee purpose statement. I'd like to offer a friendly amendment that I hope you'll consider tonight. Instead of climate action, might I suggest you say, instead the Climate Action Commission shall serve as a technical advisory commission regarding matters related to equity and climate justice, mitigation and sequestration, adaptation and social resilience, and community engagement. The rest of it you can fill around with as you wish, but I think it's really important that we're explicit in exactly what we're going to be working on. I'm sure implicitly, those elements are baked into this, but it's I think becoming a more front of mind issue to talk about climate justice and equity issues, especially as it relates to the integration of our communities and your neighbors too. I think technically that's west of us. So just a friendly amendment, something worth considering.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Pete Posert again. As a prior member of the CSCC, I was surprised that this came up. But it's funny, serving on it 10 years ago, I'm still so friendly with some of the people that served on that committee with me 10 years later. And I feel that this is probably a great idea. The two parts of the committee just, they're different purposes. And I really applaud the city council and staff for recognizing that. And if they have enough staff and volunteers to do the work, seems like a great idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Looks like any public comments. Let's take the motion to approve today's consent and again.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just make a comment regarding
Yes.
any changes to the first reading that we occurred or the introduction that would require a reintroduction of that ordinance. If we make changes, I can safely say that the spirit and the intent of what Mr. Weeks was talking about can be massaged through that process. And if the commission, commission, sorry, getting my committees and commissions mixed up. If the commission determines that it wants to change the ordinance to reflect a different direction or expand the mission, we can certainly do it through an ordinance amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
And thank you for that, Mr. Storer. I think knowing that, and if Mr. Weeks would be so kind as to email me or a copy of that so that we can submit that when the commission meets. We can make sure it's part of their charge. And anyway, with that, I'd like to move the consent calendar.
All right. Anybody want to second?
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Felder,
Aye.
Councilmember Lowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Barnett,
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte,
Aye.
Mayor Ding.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Let's move to item number 5, public hearing.
Mayor Ding, we have a very full calendar tonight, but we're wondering if maybe we could change the public hearing till after the discussion on parklets.
Sure.
So after 6.3.
So are you asking
Yes.
to move 6.3 to now?
No,
Oh.
we actually have to get through 6.1 and 6.2, and then we'll,
Do 6.3.
and then the public
And then,
hearing.
okay.
Okay.
So now right now, we go to agenda 5.1. Well, 6.3.
1.
1. That is consideration, discussion, and a possible action to introduce an ordinance repealing the Sonoma Municipal Code, Chapter 2.02, Campaign Contribution Limitations, and then adding the Sonoma Municipal Code, Chapter 2.02, Campaign Finance Regulations, and raising the contribution limits to either $500 or $800.
I think that's me. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, David Ruderman, Assistant City Attorney. This item is coming back to the Council for consideration of an ordinance amendment after our conversation in late April regarding the current campaign contribution limit of about $200 that's currently in place. The direction from council was to increase that, and there wasn't consensus at the time as to what that increase would be. So we brought back two ordinances, one with a $500 contribution limit per person, and the other with an $800 contribution limit. And the $800 reflects the current highest non-monetary contribution that can be made to a candidate who accepts the voluntary expenditure ceiling. So that's where that number comes from. In the staff report is a list of some of the contribution limits currently in place in other neighboring cities to give you a sense for where these two would sit amongst our neighbors. A few items that are worth noting in this ordinance for your consideration and based on our prior discussion by the council. Previously, there was a different limit for a non-monetary or currently, I guess in current law, non-monetary contribution has a different limit than a monetary one, and consistent with council direction, we removed the in-kind contribution limit whatsoever. So what that would mean is that any time someone were to provide a donation of goods or services to a candidate, that would not apply to the contribution limit. So you wouldn't have to determine what the fair market value of that time or of that those posters that were printed by a printing company as a donation were for the contribution limit. It's about money. So the in-kind aspect is removed from the contribution limit. The next thing that's probably worth noting, and based on our discussion, was it's expressed in here that if our ordinance doesn't cover some issue, then the Political Reform Act governs. So there are myriad, obviously, disclosure rules that our ordinance doesn't cover. Those are going to be, you're going to need, any candidate will need to comply with state law under the Political Reform Act. So we made that express in there as well. And then one thing that I did do in here is I, consistent with state law, if there's a recall election, the person who is being recalled does not, the contribution limit doesn't apply to them when they are essentially defending their seat. The contribution limit would apply to any candidate who threw their hat in the ring in that recall election. And so I've seen some other cities apply their contribution limits to recall elections. I removed that. I made it consistent with AB 571, which says, no, if you're getting recalled, you don't have a contribution limit to defend your seat. So that's worth noting. And then the other main part is the enforcement provisions, which in our current ordinance, we would default to our general enforcement provisions. And in this, consistent with some of the other cities in Sonoma County, I've made it a civil matter only. It's not a criminal violation. It requires the repayment of funds and a fine for a violation. So I believe it's 3 times the amount of the excess contribution, or $500, whichever is more. And there is a provision to cure an unknowing violation. So if you didn't know, you really had no knowledge that you were in violation, you can cure it. You can, within 14 days, you can always return the funds, the excess funds, to avoid a violation itself. And then there are also provisions that make a loan subject to the contribution limit, a loan that other than a loan that's made by a commercial lending institution in the ordinary course of business, if someone extends credit for more than 30 days to you or to a candidate, then that would be considered a contribution, which is consistent with state law as well. So those are the primary points. Again, there is no more voluntary expenditure limit in this ordinance, which is in our current one, and is can be somewhat problematic based on more recent case law under the First Amendment. And then the other thing that this is worth noting is it does allow for a candidate who has incurred debts to also raise funds to pay off those debts, but those are subject to the contribution limits as well. So with that, I'd be happy to answer some questions. I know there's a lot in here. I think the main thing for the council this evening, if it wants to make some bigger changes, happy to do that. We are going to run up against the issue of timing because it's going to take 30 days after the second reading for this to go into effect. If the second reading's June 15th, then that's July 16th, and I believe candidates 17th, and then the nomination period opens in right around that time. So if you want to make the decision about the 500 versus 800, that's one thing for sure we need. And if we want to make other larger substantive changes, we probably have to come back, and we would run up against that deadline.
So this has.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thanks. So I have a couple of questions. I have a couple of questions. So a lot of candidates loan themselves money for their campaigns, me included. And I think I just wanted to ask, do we have any, is the Political Reform Act, does that include foreign money? I just want to make sure where I come from. We stated it, but I don't know if that's something.
There's no distinction as to the nationality of the.
You can't give foreign money to.
Right.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure about that. And when we're looking at the $500 and $800, I have to ask the question, if I have my husband and 4 children, which I do not, 6 people can give $500 to my campaign, right?
So under the proposed ordinance, contributions by a spouse of a candidate from that spouse's separate property shall be subject to the contribution limit. And then your adult children would be, those are separate individuals.
There's nothing wrong with that, obviously, but it's still available to some people.
Right, and under this proposed ordinance, like our current one, a candidate's contribution to their own campaign does not count. If you're putting money into your own committee, that doesn't count. If you're getting a loan to do that, the guarantor of the loan would be subject to that limit.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Council Barnett.
I'm okay for now.
Okay. Sure.
So in lifting the limit on in-kind, I just want to point out, in filing your state forms, you still have to submit those in-kind as contributions. So even though the city does not regulate the amount that they may not exceed, you still have to report them. And so I just want to make that clear that, it's not like, oh, well, people can just, give you whatever, mail or yard signs or whatever you want, and you don't have to report it. So what you're saying is there's no limit as to how much they're worth, fair market value, but the state requires you to report fair market value in the contribution section of your 460.
Right. This ordinance does not govern disclosure rules, which are governed by the Political Reform
Right.
Act.
So I just want to point that out because in the way you were explaining it, it made it sound like you could do that and there was no reporting, and it's like you have to report that.
Yeah, I apologize. That was not what I meant.
Does the state have a limit for in-kind contributions? It does not. Okay.
No. But again,
Well, goods or
contributions
services.
are contributions
Right.
according to the state.
An in-kind.
So I guess my question is, because we don't have a rule specific for in-kind, do we then default to the state, the 4,900?
No, 4,900 is not.
So if someone wanted to give, for example, allow someone to rent office space for 6 months, let's say that was a fair market value of $50,000, that's fine.
Yep, and you just have to report it.
You just have to report it. Okay.
That's how I read it, but that's again,
Yeah, that's
unusual.
how I read it.
Yes.
As to the fair market value, usually how you take the measure, if any, official, some report or certificate or appraisal or, because in the fair market value, it's kind of a very wider definition. Do you have any idea?
I don't have any particular insight into how that determination is made other than by, accountants like yourself and folks who put value on stuff like that.
Well, they should give you a receipt. So I'll give you an example. In my campaign, the operating engineers did some printing for me. I asked them to send me an itemized receipt as to how much that was, and I told them what my limit was, and I have the paperwork. So that's the most common way of doing it. If someone is going to give you something, then it is on them to tell you what that's equivalent to. If they were to sell it, how much it would cost, and that is the fair market value. And that's what I've always done, because I'm a stickler for making sure I follow those
Yeah,
rules.
I mean, it's similar to what you do when you report a gift on your Form 700, right? If you got a ticket to a basketball game, what did the person who gave it to you pay, or what are comparable seats around you worth? And that's your record.
All right. Do you have any more questions? Otherwise, I want to open to the public. Let me open to public. Looks like none. Yeah. Let me close public comments. All right. Let's discuss more, or hopefully we can make the motion if no question discussion.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's just between $500 and
Yes,
$800, and I'll defer to. I stated my preference last time, and I'll defer to whatever you choose.
I prefer the 500. It's a small town, and because from the 100 to 500 still is the the big change. Yeah, we can do in the future gradually. But anyway, yeah, you can have your own.
I prefer 5 as well. As I said, you could have a family of how many give you $500 each. So
I've got 4 kids. They didn't give me a dime. Just telling you. I'm still paying them. I pay their phone bills, whatever. Anyway, but theoretically, if you have children, they could give you that money.
I would be supportive of higher limits if, and this is just a completely different topic that I'm introducing, if they were connected to term limits. Have we ever discussed, do we have term limits? We don't have term limits, right? I guess something I'm concerned about is, the higher and higher those contribution limits go, a potential candidate could assemble this just, and obviously campaigns aren't super expensive in Sonoma, and they could just over time become more and more difficult to challenge, with a growing campaign fund. And so I would be happy to go higher if people are open to that, if that was connected to perhaps a 2-term limit.
That's good.
Considering we've had I mean, I'm not a big fan of that, but it's considering how hard we had 3 people resign this council in the last year. Personally, I want to do whatever we can to entice people to run, and hopefully they'll stay, and hopefully they'll do a good job for everybody here. And if the people don't like them, every 4 years they get to vote them out. And I trust that they will if they're not happy. So I wouldn't want to tie it. I'm more interested in, if there are people that won't run because they have kids at home, if we could do any sort of childcare help for them or whatever. I'm more worried about finding good candidates running than I am about telling them that their time is up.
If the council's interested in talking about term limits, that's probably something that we can
It's a
discuss.
separate
at,
yeah.
You could,
Yeah,
we
I'm
got
fully aware.
direction,
It just sort of came to
Council.
me, and I don't think we've talked about term limits
No.
before. And I'm getting the
Possibly
feeling we
some-
may never talk about that again. So,
Well, it's possible,
yeah.
possibly that
Yeah.
nobody wants, I mean, I don't, you go back 20-something years, you've got people been on a long time. Now we scatter like the dust. So, you know,
Oh, I know. I mean, maybe it's
I know.
a solution for a problem that doesn't
Unless
exist.
Mr. Felder, I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr. Felder. Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah, otherwise you made a
yeah,
motion.
I'd like to
and
make a
fi-
motion to,
yeah,
I
five-
think,
Yeah,
approve the $500.
I second.
So, does that go up? Do we have like a CPI mechanism? in
Yeah,
here?
I included a CPI
Okay.
adjustment.
Okay. Yeah, maybe roll
And
call,
so
please.
every 2 years, it's going to be some sort of probably weird-looking number.
Yes, but it has to be rounded to the nearest $10, so
Oh, okay.
that'll make
Alright.
it look a little more.
So,
Okay.
so now right now, yeah, just want to make it clear on the motion,
And it-
even they choose 500 or 800. Right now, the
Right, the motion would be to introduce the ordinance with the $500
Mhm.
campaign contribution limit.
yes. Roll call, please.
The second?
I second.
Oh, I made the motion. Whoop.
Councilmember Felder,
Aye.
Councilmember Lowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Barnett,
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte,
Aye.
Mayor Ding.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So now, right now, we go to agenda number 6.2, right? Okay. All right. 6.2, consideration, discussion, and a possible action regarding a vacant parcel tax in the city of the Sonoma. And David, again, please.
I think it's me again, thank you. So I was asked to look at vacancy taxes, which are a relatively new phenomenon. They first appeared in Vancouver, British Columbia, then Washington, D.C., and in the last couple of years they've gained some traction in the state of California. Essentially, the way that most vacancy taxes would work and do work in California is that they are an excise tax on the decision to hold property vacant or undeveloped. So, and they are normally levied on the property tax roll. So they're a parcel tax, which means they're normally a flat rate based on the landowner's decision to hold that property vacant. They can be levied on residential property, they can be levied on commercial property only, or they can be levied on both. They can be lawful, and in my legal opinion, many of them are, but it's definitely true that the property owners bar is very eager, I understand, to challenge a vacancy tax as an illegal ad valorem tax, which is prohibited under Prop 13. No case that I'm aware of has been instituted yet, but I think it's pretty likely that at some point somebody will decide to challenge one of these taxes. Sometimes they do take a few years to sort of get into play because there's a time period in which the city has to determine that a parcel is in fact vacant, and then because they're levied on the tax roll, they go on in August, and then they get levied going forward after that. So my staff report just gives a somewhat high level overview of the taxes currently in place in California. So Oakland has a tax on residential and commercial properties. San Francisco has a tax on vacant commercial spaces. And there's currently, I believe it's an initiative, although I think it's an initiative, to impose one on residential vacant properties. It was my understanding from a past meeting, which I wasn't here for, that there was some discussion about one in Vallejo. Vallejo doesn't have a vacancy tax. They have a fee that they impose on landowners who hold their property vacant, and they use that fee to for the cost of monitoring essentially blighted properties. And so it's not a tax because it's used for a specific purpose. Most of these taxes, they're special taxes, so they're approved. They require 2/3 voter approval, and they go into special funds to alleviate whatever problem the council has identified. So normally with residential properties, the vacant property, the vacancy tax goes to pay for affordable housing development, homelessness services, right? Because that's what residential vacant parcels are taking away from. And with the commercial vacancy tax, it's often going to help small businesses. In San Francisco, there's a small business loan program that the tax funds, as well as to help with blighted commercial districts. There's a number of policy decisions that a city is going to need to make as they decide what kind of tax they want, whether they want it, whether it's worth it, whether the cost of administering it is going to be worth the funds that you're going to get. How long a parcel needs to be vacant in order for it to be subject to the tax. You know, there's some jurisdictions have like 100. If you use it for 180 out of the 365 days, then it's not vacant. Whereas other ones are like 30 days. You have to, if you just use it for 30 days, it's not vacant. So there's quite a range, and that's something that needs to be considered. There has to be an administrative framework to allow the property owners to dispute a determination that their property is being held vacant. So there's usually an administrative process. That the fees for that process can be funded by the tax, but that is something that would need to be developed. How much the tax should be. So most of the taxes that I've seen in like Oakland and San Francisco range from about $3,000 to $6,000 per parcel, depending upon if it's commercial, residential, the size of the parcel, if it's a multifamily unit. And then there's usually a number of exemptions that are imposed. So there are valid reasons why someone has to hold their property vacant. And it's important not to be taxing someone who's it's vacant because they're about to build on it and they're trying to get their permits, or because somebody got sick and they had to move to an assisted living center and they haven't been able to do anything with their property because they're incapacitated. So those are exemptions that would need to be discussed. So with that, I think when I discussed this with staff, their thoughts were, Richmond, the city of Richmond is looking at this right now, and what they did is they hired a consultant to help them figure out what kind of tax would they want, get stakeholder input, figure out how much they'd actually be bringing in, and what benefit they think it would actually bring to the city in terms of reducing the number of vacant properties. So I think if the council's interested, that's one avenue to pursue, is to get some more information about how such a tax would look for Sonoma's particular circumstances. Obviously, it's nothing like Richmond or Oakland. So that's one option. Obviously, if we are going to put a special parcel tax on the ballot, then that has to happen before August 12th, I believe, is 88 days before the next general election, if you wanted to put it on the next general election. So that, I'm happy to answer questions and help any way.
Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, thank you for going over this. Obviously, this is a very important issue with a lot of potential unintended consequences, but I think it's an important issue to at least discuss. I think we were all surprised as a council and planning commission when we had our housing element kickoff last year. As part of that kickoff, we were presented some data on our housing units, and we had by far the highest vacancy percentage of residential units in Sonoma County, and that's a result of, from what we were told, a higher than average percentage of second homes in Sonoma. And so I think as a council, we reached out to you and to city staff to explore this possibility in the sense that, obviously we have a housing crisis. We're doing everything we can to address that within, reason. But when I think it was like 11 or 12% of our housing units are vacant for various reasons, but predominantly because of second homes, is there anything we can do to address that, and perhaps the vacancy tax, perhaps the funds from this tax could go into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to continue to sort of try to address those challenges. And so, I mean, obviously I have a lot of questions about how this would actually be executed. You know, for example, like in the staff report, it says this is, you know, based on the voluntary decision of the property owner to hold their property vacant. So let's say it is a second home and they come up, you know, from the city maybe once a month or once every 2 months. I mean, I am concerned about, I mean, I love the idea of this, to be honest. I'm just concerned about the enforcement. You know, how do you determine how many days a year a second homeowner is in his house?
Yeah, I mean, I
his or
think
her
the
house?
council has discretion to make that determination.
Mhm.
Like I said, I've seen anywhere from 182, I think the Santa Cruz initiative had, to 30 days.
No, but let's say we do 30
Right,
days.
but enforcement though,
We're
I
not
think-
going to be standing outside the house,
Right.
you know. The
There's-
enforcement aspect is the most.
So I could see the tax could be used to fund enforcement efforts. That would be a valid use of the tax if that were enumerated as one of the specific purposes. But there certainly is that challenge. You know, I think Santa Cruz, the initiative there, requires property owners to provide a declaration, and they that's the prima facie evidence that they are using it. And then if the city wanted to rebut that, it would have to come up with its own evidence. So there are a number of different ways to do it, but it's not totally different from when someone comes to pay their business license tax or something. We're relying on them to tell us what their gross receipts are. You know, so there's some similarity to other taxes that are imposed.
All right. Yes.
It's also been brought up in the community that there are several commercial buildings that are vacant in very prominent places in Sonoma. In your research on this tax, how much do they? What is the tax rate, the flat tax rate for example, in San Francisco or Oakland on an unused commercial site?
So in San Francisco is a little bit different for a number of reasons, but they actually tax based on the linear foot of frontage of the property. So it's $200 per linear foot of frontage on taxable commercial space. And then for every additional year that the property owner keeps it vacant, it goes up another like $250, and then it goes up to $1,000. Oakland's, I believe, is $3,000 per parcel. Let me check. Yes, between $6,000 and $3,000. $6,000 for an undeveloped parcel. And those are, I'm not sure where they came up with those, how they came up with those numbers, but I do understand that in Richmond, that was one of the things that the consultant was sort of tasked to do, was to figure out what a reasonable tax rate.
So I would say that, considering the owners of these properties, that's probably not enough of an impediment to like sell it or fix it up or whatever. But if it's enough of a incentive to help fund something else in Sonoma, then it's perhaps worth it. Just knowing how these things go, I mean, I don't think we can make the timeline for this election. I think that there's just too much research that needs to be done, just realistically. Having done parcel taxes before in my professional life, I can just tell you need a little bit longer on-ramp here. And but one of the things you can do as a council before you put it on the ballot is to do some research in the community to see what the market would bear and to see how people would support it, and then bring that back because that is a reasonable thing to do. So one of the suggestions I'd like to make is, maybe we could at least do that and then put in motion for maybe the subsequent year, to do. If it looks like it's something that would pass and it looks like something the community thinks is the right thing to do. But I certainly wouldn't want to go forth with this without surveying the community in some way to see what they think about it. But I do think anything we can do to help our Affordable Housing Trust Fund and make sure that we have homes for the good people of Sonoma is always a good thing. And if it helps people to decide to clean up their building and put all the letters on the side of it and all of that sort of thing, that would be a benefit as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have more question? Yeah, Feld, please.
Just another quick question on commercial properties. If someone has a commercial property and they're making an active attempt to rent the space, is that considered an exemption automatically, or?
Yeah, the council can craft those exemptions as they wish. That sounds like a very good reason for an exemption.
Okay, because the other thing I worry about is the old adage of code enforcement in this town, and that's a difficult thing. So we'd have to give that rather serious consideration before moving ahead.
Yes. Your question? Okay. Oh, all right. Yes, also I like the idea we will do the more research, and this year it's too late. Even, we have the more months, I think, assess tax isn't a big issue, and it put on the ballot. Could you please re-explain the difference in taxes and also fees?
How much time do you have? Essentially, a tax is a levy that can be used for any purpose, including purposes unrelated to the basis for which it was levied. A fee is normally something that is levied in order to pay for a particular service or a particular impact that a person or business is causing, right? So in Vallejo, when I was talking about the Vallejo fee, that is a fee that's imposed upon the landowners in order to pay the cost of the city to monitor vacant properties to ensure that, maybe people aren't breaking in or they're not becoming a vector for rodents and whatnot, to deal with those sorts of issues that are impacts that are caused by the landowner's decision to keep it vacant, as opposed to a tax where, you can levy a tax on millionaires to pay for, children's early childhood education. There doesn't have to be a nexus there between those things necessarily.
Yes. One is in the general. The tax you can be used for the general purpose, but a fee just specifically.
It's for revenue purposes, correct?
Yes.
Whether it's a general purposes or specific purposes is whether then you're getting into the distinction between a general tax and a special tax. But taxes is for revenue generating purposes primarily. Yes.
That's great. Thank you, David. Let me now open to public and listen to your idea, your inputs.
Hello again, Calvin Meeks, Policy Director of Generation Housing. Just like to say we're really excited to see the vacant parcel tax come before the City Council today. I know I've talked with some of you about this, so I really appreciate you guys taking the opportunity to really meaningfully address this. We are in a housing crisis, and while this is not a silver bullet, it is certainly one solution that we should consider. And I recognize it might not happen as expeditiously as we would like. To Councilmember Lowe's point, we certainly would be cautious if we come forward with this. I would also just like to emphasize, though, that it sounds like it might take as much as 3 years to get this off the ground. So it's unfortunate because obviously there's a need to get a consistent stream of funding to feed your affordable housing trust fund and really start, getting some more skin in the game in terms of affordable housing development here in the city of Sonoma. And just in case you're unaware, Healdsburg is actually considering incorporating into the housing element strategies the pursuit of a vacant parcel tax as well. And actually, Walter Kaiser, who is on the Healdsburg Housing Element Work Group and a policy advisor group member for Generation Housing, is actually kind of a local expert. And if I recall correctly, he actually worked on the Vancouver or British Columbia vacancy tax. So he could be an excellent resource, and I'm happy to communicate with you about that. Just some general comments. As I noted, November 22 ballot might be a little bit hasty. I do recognize that. Exemptions will certainly be needed. If there's one thing I've recognized in the course of me, pouring through countless number of articles, it's that the exemptions, frequently they've had to come back and augment them after the fact because there just wasn't enough taken into consideration in advance. So that's certainly something that will have to be considered. A sunset provision should likely be implemented. I would personally, and this is really just shooting from the hip, I can't say there's a lot of data or information behind this, but I would say 5 to 10 years would probably be I think a fair and appropriate time span. So you could build enough information and see how's this doing? Is it really an effective means to support the Affordable Housing Trust Fund? And so that's what I would offer for consideration. And then given the impact the housing crisis is really having on the community as a whole, again, I would just like to, and I'm circling back, I do apologize. I would like to see if we could expedite this as much as possible. I think the first step, obviously, is getting a consultant. I think that's an excellent idea. There's a lot of data and information that needs to be mined from the community so we have a better sense of how much will actually be injected in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. It might not actually be that much. Anecdotally, I think I've talked with all of you, planning commissioners, community members, and it sounds like there's a lot of second homes in the city of Sonoma. I can't speak to the commercial properties. I don't know off the top of my head, but anyways, just some initial thoughts. I know it's a little bit rambling, but I do look forward to talking with you more about this and really engaging meaningfully in this process as we move forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Is this on? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Bob Demler, 649 First Street West, Sonoma. This is another position. I think this is a transfer of wealth scheme, and I'm opposed to it. People have vacant land, sometimes next to their homes, and they're thinking, maybe my grandson and his wife, 10 years from now would like to build there. There are other ways to encourage affordable housing. I'm very much opposed to any vacant property tax to do that. And as I have often said, I think Bernie Sanders is too far right for me, but this is too much. Also, in this city, I don't think there's that many vacant lots. What I would like to see is some encouragement for some of the properties, like I drove past one of my favorite restaurants getting here tonight, and it's shuttered, and there are a number of those around town, and I'd like to see some encouragement there, and encouragement to developers and investors, and with big help from our building department to encourage the building of affordable housing in Sonoma, but not this transfer of wealth. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Robert. Any more public comments? No? Let me close public comments. I want to bring back to our council. Dave, do you think we needed to just give you a direction, do more research, or have any motion we needed to prepare, or?
If the council's interested in moving forward with a consultant, I presume direction would be sufficient for staff that you move forward, or did you guys need a motion? It's really up to staff.
We wouldn't need a motion, but we would come back with a budget adjustment to to fund that.
I see. All right, I will just leave this agenda, no motion for this item.
Mr. Mayor,
Mayor.
if
Go ahead.
I might, first of all, I wanted to clarify, we're talking about not vacant land, we're talking about vacant buildings, is that correct? Is that everyone's understanding? That was the goal, right? Not vacant land. So, if it suits the council, I'd be happy to work on this as an ad hoc basis. I know a lot of people who do this kind of work, and maybe it might be helpful if you want.
Yes, we could set up an ad hoc committee to study with the consultant counselors.
Well, I don't need a
Yeah.
committee, but
Committee.
I'm happy to, just help the city staff point them in the right direction of a few people who I know might do this more reasonably. Because some of the consultants are pricey on this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think it's a good idea. Somebody from the city council dedicated for this. Basically, our goal is very simple: just encourage developer, join with us, join with the community. Developer, try to generate the business, try to to build more houses and solve the issue together with us. And it's not only you pay the property tax, that is all. No, this is community. It's not only in a building. It's not only a house. We're looking for a home. We needed to look for. We work together.
yeah, I mean, I think it's certainly an idea worth further exploring. Clearly, I agree with Councilmember Lowe and probably staff as well. I think it would be a big push to get this on this November ballot. So
There's no way. You're
No
not
way.
going to make it.
Thank you.
I'm just telling you.
yeah, no, I agree. So, and I do think it's important to get all the information and all the pros and cons and really think about all the unintended consequences. But in general, I do think that it's trying to address a serious issue for Sonoma. We have 12% of our housing units are vacant because a significant number of them are second homes. And, if we have roughly 5,000 parcels in Sonoma and 10% of them, let's say, are vacant, that's 500. So you could, and obviously there'll be a few exemptions, you could ultimately produce, if you're using a $3,000 base tax, $1 million a year into our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And over time, I think that could produce more and more housing opportunities for people that live and work here. And for many people with second homes, maybe that wouldn't be a significant fee. So it's something to consider. I'm generally not somebody that likes to tax in any way, but it's an interesting topic to further explore, I would say.
Well, I think the thing that I would suggest is before you even start crafting it is you have to do some research. You have to do some polling in the community and find out if it's even viable, because there's no sense putting something on the ballot that everybody hates, or maybe you find out that it's absolutely what everyone's crying out for. But I think that's what I would suggest is maybe if I can talk to a few people that will help you put that research piece together, and then you'll find out what people feel about it, and then you can craft your measure.
Yeah, the stakeholder outreach I think is really important because that's
Yeah.
when you figure out, oh, I didn't think that should be an exemption. We need to say this as exempt because
Exactly.
we didn't even think that somebody's using somebody else's driveway and that, whatever. So.
Yeah. And if it doesn't work, you might as well find out, before you stick your neck out. But it's worth exploring.
That's correct. Yes.
I certainly would support doing more research on this, but I would not recommend us hiring a consultant at this point. I think we got far more legwork to do to find out what's going on in the community before we would want to take that next step. And since we don't have a rush to put it on the ballot, I think we can accomplish the research on our own devices.
So you think you can do, you think you could conduct a poll on your own?
I'm not so sure we're ready for a poll yet. I think
okay.
the basic,
All right.
the basic research first
Right.
to see what's out there and
Okay.
to
I
decide
mean, I
what
don't,
the next steps are.
it doesn't matter to me. I was just gonna put some numbers out there for people just so that you see budget-wise what it would cost. Maybe you find out it's not as much as you thought, you know, or maybe it's worth, it's okay. No big.
That's good.
You wanna do it yourself? Okay.
That's excellent. That's wonderful.
Well, it sounds to
all
me,
right. Yes.
oh, I'm sorry,
Good.
it sounds like to me that it's, I think what Councilmember Lowe suggested is a great idea. If she could put her feelers out to see what's the mood, what's happening out there in the big world outside of Sonoma, that maybe we can review it sometime in the future. I like our Councilmember Felder, I'm not interested in spending money right now, and I certainly don't know how to do a poll. I know a lot of people that can, but, so I think it sounds like this was information only, and we're, interested in moving, what,
Yeah. Next
half a step
Well,
forward?
We do some
And
research.
to that point, I think Councilmember Lowe is right in terms of, going out there and gathering information and learning more, and then perhaps even crafting something that we might want in Sonoma as a council, and then go and see what the community thinks about it. And I think education is obviously an important part of that whole.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
So
I
obviously.
said
right.
it differently, I.
Yeah, right.
That is right. Yeah. Let our community put attention on this issue. That's great.
So does the staff know?
All right. Do you
I'm-
have
I'm
any
sorry.
yes
I'm
questions?
confused about what, I think we need a motion on what you're suggesting, because I'm confused about what the, what you're suggesting, so.
All right. Yeah. Councilmember Lowe, could you? Yeah.
I was just volunteering to go out and give you some budget numbers. You don't have to spend any of it, like what it would cost to do some research, some actual quantitative research, and then you could decide that's too much, we don't want to do it, but at least find out what it would cost. I mean, that's all I was suggesting.
Right.
And then if you decide, well, we don't want to spend any money and we just want to wait, or we want to just do it ourselves or whatever, that's up to you. But, because I just work in this space in my life, I just thought I'd make some calls and get you some numbers, that's all. But it's up to you.
So what do you hear now, Susan?
Well, I would
You don't have to
certainly-
spend the money, you just
Right.
know what it's gonna cost.
I think Councilmember Lowe's suggestion is a good idea. This is something that would, we couldn't do outreach on something we don't really even know what we're outreaching on. So I think that we would need a consultant to assist us with that process. We could find out, I mean, I think consultants can give you stages of a process, and, they would base their budget on stages and, like an initial stage, and then, as we got further into it. But I really think that staff doesn't have the capacity or the expertise to even go forward with something like this without some expertise. So I think just getting budget numbers would be a good idea, just to find out, and to find out, maybe some, just really general proposals on what a consultant could do for us in this.
Yeah, I don't think there's a harm in that.
But my understanding from Councilmember Lowe is we just started to do what we can, or may, out in the house, in-house, the resource could help, Councilmember Lowe, and do some of the research, collect the data, or
Well, I
bring
think,
some the.
yeah, what I'm suggesting is just show you what a plan would look like and how much it would cost, and who are some of the people that have done this kind of work before, and hopefully maybe I could get you a more reasonable price for it, just so that you can see what it would look like as a a plan. I mean, the other thing is the research usually is done by the city or the entity, but once you get into the campaign, then you raise the money. You know, you don't pay for it out. You can't, in fact, you can't pay for it out of the city budget. The only thing you can pay for out of the city budget is the research to put it on the ballot. Once it's on the ballot, then you have to form a separate committee, and that's when you get your community to help pay for that. So it's just getting you to that point and what the timeline would look like, so you could see when the next election date is, when you could actually put something on the ballot, move backward, just give you, you know, just that. I mean, it doesn't hurt, doesn't cost anything, but right now, you know, you don't have any of that. That's all.
Yes.
It's just, I'm just volunteering one more time to do something, but I don't care.
Yes, our council member just wanted to do volunteer work, help, you know, set up this kind of a new concept and do some of the research.
Right, I think that's a great idea. Yeah. Thank you. I think that gives us direction on, you know, how we might proceed with this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's, you know, his 3 phone calls for me. It's like you going through it.
Thank you.
At this point, I would not like to suggest any, you know, motion or something like that. Yeah. Okay. Soon you clearly,
yes,
you know.
Yeah, we're
okay.
Clear.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's move to the next agenda item that we are looking for a while. The agenda number 6.3, discussion, consideration, and a possible action to, number 1, adopt a resolution approving the continuance of the Sonoma alfresco program and directing the staff to develop comprehensive parklet design guidelines. Number 2, end the Sonoma alfresco program on October 31st, 2022, and with removal of all parklets by November 18, 2022. Yeah, Sue, please.
Mayor Ding and City Council members, so the purpose of this agenda item is to provide clear direction to our business community on the future of the City of Sonoma's al fresco program, or otherwise known as parklets. So back in May 2020, the City Council adopted Resolution 26/2020, which authorized city staff working with the Chamber of Commerce, the Visitors Bureau, and others to take a series of steps to help businesses survive during the COVID-19 pandemic. The steps included the issuance of temporary use permits, encroachment permits, and/or licensing procedures to allow the city's businesses to expand their operating space into publicly owned spaces. And then we had additional drop-off and delivery parking spaces, and so the use of parking spaces for business expansion and to reduce private parking requirements on a temporary basis. So the above 2 items later became known as the Alfresco program, Alfresco Sonoma, a way to use outdoor public spaces as parklets for dining and other activities during the extended times when retailers and restaurants were closed indoor. There were fee waivers where appropriate, and we had expedited review of these ideas and others via Business Recovery Ad Hoc Council Committee. On April 19th, 2021, the Council discussed the extension of the Alfresco program and its policy implications. That staff report on April 19th provided a very comprehensive assessment of the city's efforts and economic support to businesses during the pandemic, including the Alfresco Sonoma program. That report indicated there were approximately 25 businesses who received encroachment permits, fees for parklets and sidewalk extensions, and currently there are 11 parklets. Well, now there's 9 parklets in and around the downtown area. And they were originally set to expire October 13th, 2021, but later the expiration date became November 1st, 2021, and then the program was extended until October 31st, 2022. So on Wednesday, March 16th, the City Council established a Parklet Ad Hoc Committee, and it's comprised of Vice Mayor Barnett and Councilmember Felder. The subcommittee was charged with analyzing issues providing recommendations for the possible extension of the program, coming up with design standards, considerations of the parklet impacts, costs, and duration. So the Parklet Ad Hoc Committee met several times with staff to discuss possible recommendations on the Parklet program. On May 4th, staff presented the following information and recommendations to City Council regarding the Parklet program. That staff would begin immediately working with code enforcement to implement a number of interim improvements for parklets, and these would be to address health and safety concerns, improve ADA access, as well as enhance the overall aesthetics around the historic Sonoma Plaza. The subcommittee also recommended the development of a comprehensive parklet design standard for consideration and adoption should the City Council approve the extension of the alfresco program beyond October 31st. And at that meeting, there was no real decision made by City Council. So the Parklet Ad Hoc Committee met again on May 25th and is now asking Council to consider and provide direction on the following two options. The City extend the Sonoma alfresco program for a duration of time to be decided tonight, and direct staff to develop comprehensive parklet standards, or the City end the Sonoma alfresco program on October 31st, 2022, and have all the restaurants remove their parklets by November 18th, 2022. And if Council does direct staff to develop comprehensive parklet design standards, the Design Review and Historic Preservation Commission and/or Planning Commission will need to review and approve the standards. And staff will need to have a well-vetted set of design standards to City Council for consideration by October 19th, so that the restaurants who are currently participating in the program can bring their parklets up to the new design standards. And any restaurants would not be able to continue to utilize their parklets after October 31st until the parklets comply with the new design standards. Also, Public Safety has provided a recommendation to the city manager on the First Street East Street closure, and basically they want the street open back up. But they did say that they've given the city manager the authority to extend the use of the two parklets that make up the First Street East closure until October 31st, but the street will need to be reopened no later than November 30th, 2022. And with that, we'll take any questions.
Thank you, Sue.
I have a question about, this is probably for David, about CEQA. If we vote tonight to extend the parklet program, at some point the temporary program becomes less temporary, and I know that a lot of those CEQA provisions weren't sort of necessarily followed, or I think the governor's sort of state of emergency didn't require us to follow it, but now that we're sort of moving past the pandemic, I've noticed a lot of other cities that are looking to extend their parklets, use a CEQA exemption. I think it's the Class 11 exemption for temporary structures. You're not supposed to use that exemption in a historic district or on historic buildings. Obviously, the Plaza District is a landmark. How would you envision going forward if we do want to extend parklets, making sure that the design of these sort of structures, temporary or less temporary structures, are compatible with the Sonoma National Landmark Plaza?
Yeah, so the regulatory environment that we find ourselves in comes from the state, and I'm not going to say there's a plethora of statute to support the temporary nature of parklets in the public right-of-way and the like. In researching other jurisdictions and seeing what they've done, clearly there's 3 or 4 pick your exemption almost to help facilitate the temporary nature. When it comes to making them permanent, I'll use that word, that then takes on a different kind of flavor. And so I would say that at this point we'd probably need to do an initial study to determine the level of the review. I'm not aware of an exemption that calls out the permanent nature. Remember that the class of exemptions are not the list. It's including but not limited to the following. So you kind of have to find one to see if it actually kind of meets the spirit and the intent of what the legislature has provided as statutory exemptions. But we more than likely need to do an initial study for permanent.
But it is possible to create design guidelines. Like, for example, a few years ago, contracted with Page and Turnbull to do downtown design guidelines, and that was obviously for buildings and permanent structures, but conceivably they could weigh in and create potentially even parklet design guidelines that are compatible with the plaza. I mean, you think that something like
Exactly,
that is
yes, they can
possible?
certainly
It's
do
just
that,
a
yeah.
process. Okay, thank you.
All right. First of all, we want to say thank you to both Vice Mayor Council Barnett and the council member and Bob and Felder did a lot of the work for an ad hoc for the parklets. Do you have any more questions? No? Okay. Yeah. Oh,
Well, likewise,
Councilmember.
I'd certainly like to thank you. It's probably not the most fun committee to serve on, but I appreciate your help, and you come with the best experience. I would just, sort of say, out with this and up with that, and so I'm glad that you two are on it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, and again, the Parklet Committee, ad hoc committee over the last few months, I think speaking for both of us, we really like the outdoor sort of European style dining on the plaza, and we wanted to look for ways to continue that while also respecting all the different interests on the plaza, whether it's the parking situation, whether it's retailers, whether it's the historic landmark nature of the plaza. And obviously there are a lot of different interests here that we were trying to weigh. With the ultimate goal, if there was a way to continue outdoor dining on the plaza in a less temporary way, but just moving forward, I think we all support that. We all think parklets have been a great addition. Obviously, it helped all of our local restaurants get through COVID, and I think the city, especially the city staff, should be given a lot of credit for how they stepped up, and Mark Bodenhammer with the Chamber of Commerce. It was very important during COVID, and I think, together working with our business community it was a really, big accomplishment for our city. Moving forward, I think we want to keep sort of what we, the best. Obviously COVID was a very difficult situation for everybody, but, there was some good that came from it, and learning how great this sort of outdoor dining experiences were, we wanted to look for ways to do that. And so at our park committee, we talked extensively about it. We looked for ways, for example, there were concerns about the structures, the sort of like these sort of temporary structures around, again, a national landmark plaza. And so we were looking for ways to fill the sidewalks with tables, with umbrellas, and maybe do sidewalk extensions similar to what they have at Cafe La Haye. There are some potential issues with that, with, PG&E and driveway cuts and et cetera. And so we weren't really sure if we could do something like that. We were looking for ways to extend the actual temporary structures of the parklets in a way, but just try to the biggest issue, there are a lot of issues, obviously. You either love them or you don't like them. A lot of people, I think, in Sonoma are somewhere in between. But everyone basically said, let's look for a way to keep these going, but we really need to work on the aesthetics. And so that was sort of what we brought back to our last meeting. We just discussed that this is sort of where we're going. We wanted to get everyone's input. We did. And so from that meeting, we thought, well, over the summer, we want to work on improving the aesthetics. And then we felt like once the aesthetics improved, it would be just really easy to continue it after October. We realized that maybe that didn't give, in my view, I thought it was fairly, if you walked out of that meeting, you felt like the majority of the council wanted to keep something going, but I understand perhaps that wasn't very clear. And so I think at this point, I think our business community sort of needs to know, are these going to continue after October 31st?
Yes, Sandra.
So, thank you again. Thank you both for serving on the subcommittee. Did you take a look at how many days they're used as a criteria for allowing them to continue?
How many days
a week? Yeah.
No.
Because
we talked about that.
Yeah,
but
Healdsburg, I think, has something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because and I think it's fair enough. People have noticed to me like this one isn't used very often, and that's taken up a space, and I'm sensitive to that. So I would like to take a look at whatever their language is there.
We talked about that. We were, not to interrupt, but we wanted to stay a little flexible on that because
Okay.
from what we've been told, a lot of restaurants aren't open 7 days a week right now because
Correct.
of staffing issues, and
Oh,
I think
yeah,
they
that's
would be
true.
if they could be,
Yeah.
and so we wanted to just,
Right.
yeah.
So, you know, and I haven't seen their language, so it might not be,
Yeah,
like you said,
yeah.
it might not be applicable, but I just thought that since, you know, I've received some emails and pictures from various merchants, you know, pointing this out, that I thought, well, it's something, it's fair enough to look into. And the other thing is the fees. I think it's very important that should the majority you know, want to continue with the modifications that you're describing, that there has to be a fee structure for the use, because you can't just give away you know, property, basically. Gift of public funds, as some person might say. So, and the other, there's many cities that are doing this, and I'm sure there's all kinds of fee structures, you know, and so forth. But one of the things that came to mind is that we could use these fees to do something to assist everybody on the plaza, because this is what I've been saying, is we have to do something for everyone on the plaza. This is great, I love it, but we have to do something. And Mark and I have been meeting about putting together transportation, trolley, shuttle, whatever, that would bring people up and, you know, on the weekends, on Fridays and whatever, to the plaza. So that would alleviate some of the parking needs, bring more people up, make it easier for people who are wine tasting. You shouldn't be driving there anyway. You should be taking a shuttle or something. And you know, so I thought, well, maybe this could be a win-win. If there's a fee structure that's, you know, reasonable and fair, but also brings something in for all the merchants, maybe everyone could feel like that it brings something for everyone. And I always try to look for something that's going to help everybody, but I just wondered if you looked at those fee structures or have any idea what they might be.
So we talked about fee structures, and we believe that we spoke extensively about that and how different other cities were doing it, and how, like, was it per parking space, was it per square foot of it? You know, we didn't come to a conclusion exactly on what we would recommend, except for the fact we do believe there should be a fee structure. As you say, it is, you know, public property.
Right, and
yeah.
then I think, you know, if I know it'll be general fund money, but I think if in some way that fee structure could go to help support all the businesses on the plaza in some way, I think that would be a good thing to do.
All right. Yeah, I think do you have the more? Okay. Yes, I think right now it's open to public, and the last week, and then Mark from the Chamber of Commerce and me, and you know, we walk around in the town, you know, door to door, and then encourage everyone and join today's meeting. Right now, it's your time, and tell us your story. What are you thinking? And your talent, your creativity is very appreciated. Right now, I'm open to public. Mark, yeah, you can take a little bit longer, you know, because summary.
I'll actually be very brief, but thank you. Thank you, Mayor Ding and members of council. I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate all the time, especially that the two of you on the ad hoc put in on this. This is a really complicated issue. We're taking a plan that was created in a literal emergency and trying to transition that into something that's appropriate for our historic community. And that's a tough job. And it's also, you know, even tougher when you have, looking around the room, you're going to hear from people on both sides of this issue whose opinions I respect deeply, and so I don't necessarily admire the position you're in. Just on the couple key points you brought up, little details about how many days somebody uses a parklet or fees. I think that the consensus with the ad hoc and staff was, let's go to the council and see if they want to even move forward first before we get into the fine point details. And so today is kind of more of a binary decision of, should we really invest that time and dig in on those things? The only thing else I did want to mention about your comments, you and I did 100% agree. We were thinking that shuttle would be a great idea. I've brought it up to a couple retailers who have mentioned that may not be as helpful to them as I had thought initially. So we're happy to put together, you know, a plaza business meeting to kind of flesh out some of those issues and see where those funds could be used if you do decide to move forward. And anyway, we're standing by to support it. But as you mentioned, Mayor, the voices here are the people who are directly impacted by the decision you're going to make. So I'll just give up the rest of my time for them. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark.
John Toolsy, Girl in the Fig. While I'm not a direct stakeholder anymore, I am just going to say that I'm totally confused because I'm hearing the staff and I'm hearing Councilmember Barnett say they're bringing it to the committee to speak about it. But I received a letter with the City of Sonoma's letterhead on it, and I received emails and phone calls from city staff giving me specific directions of things that I had to do with specific dates. June 10th was a date given to me that changes had to be made. Specifically for my parklet, I think it would have affected the orange walls, which I do want to note. I was told I had to have them. When I was approved for mine, and I followed all the rules, I was told I couldn't cover them. So I'm trying to understand where that authority came from. Where did the staff find the authority to tell me that? I also received an email on Monday, I believe it was, that said that these things all had to happen by the weekend past, right? And again, for me, I was told I was no longer allowed to have propane heaters. I was given till the 10th to cover the water walls. Where did that authority come from? Like, how did that happen? If you guys haven't voted on it, if that was brought, an idea I heard you say, I think I heard the city manager say, we're bringing this back to the council to speak about. We got it on letterhead from an authoritative body that actively engages us and also is in charge of regulating us. And we don't have the ability to, I don't certainly have the resources, the time to fight that, to go back and go, geez, is this for real? Or is this pretend? Or wait, we're not serious. We really just wanted to talk to you. And again, 5 days before a weekend, one of the busiest, okay? We're lucky. We have folks wanting to come to our restaurant. They make reservations weeks and months in advance. Clearly, I wasn't comfortable continuing to try to operate, put those resources in, knowing that at any point I could get another letter or another phone call or another email or perhaps a text telling me that I had to go in this direction or that direction. Certainly wasn't comfortable trying to train additional staff to do those parklets. But really, most importantly, I'm confused. I'm confused as a person trying to say, hey, listen, I think the parklets are great. I think there's a way forward. I think fees are fair. I think all those things. But before you get there, you need to give us clear direction. You need to engage us as partners. I was never reached out by the Ad hoc Council. I'm pretty easily found. I'm certainly a stakeholder. So I just would encourage, if somebody could answer where that authority came from. Why did I get those letters? Why was I instructed to do that? And again, I encourage you guys have so much power. You have so much authority, both good and bad. Help us. Don't scare us. Don't do that to us. We're just trying to survive. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Good evening, Council. My name is Miranda Ives, Sausage Emporium, 31 East Napa Street. I wanted to thank Mark and the Mayor Ding for doing the rounds last week. I really appreciated the personal touch on that. I have a very specifically, very different situation than everyone else. My parklet is on private property behind my building. It does not take any public parking and has become the heart and soul of my customers' experience, with requests to sit outside outweighing indoor requests almost 100%. I haven't been able to be open for even a full year, where many have enjoyed the program for almost 2. I'm officially requesting that the future of the parklet program be managed on a case-by-case basis. There have been so many changes, and it's impossible, as John pointed out, to fairly manage the program when we've all enjoyed it for different lengths of time, at different points in our business life cycle, with different aesthetic styles and hugely different impacts on the community and parking. To be guided in the same way now seems unfair and frankly quite difficult, causing frustration and confusion for us all. I was hoping to suggest the future of this program use some obvious differentials to fairly guide this program in a better way. The length of time using it. I certainly haven't had any return on my investment. I've only been open for 8 months. Did they receive a city grant? I know that the city's grant was depleted before I ever got any money from you guys. The aesthetic issues. Can't even see mine from the street. I'm a brand new business. I opened in COVID. I paid for an empty box without even being able to do construction for 18 months. I have not recovered from COVID. Not even close. How many parklet owners have additional other outside space? I don't. The actual cost of the parklet cost me $6,500 with an architect. Will cost me more to keep it. I'm infringing on nobody. The parklet program has been a vital lifeline to me starting a brand new business in COVID. I'm fighting the seating I was actually granted indoors by this council would have never been enough to recoup the enormous expense of opening at the unfortunate time that I did, or probably at all. I intend to apply under, I guess it's called Section 11 or whatever it is, to make my parklet a permanent part of my business out of necessity. My business is no different than the Sonoma Grill or Sunflower Cafe, with back areas just in what would be a paved parking area otherwise. I would love some advice on how to proceed with that application. COVID numbers are up once again, and if the ability to host indoors was affected by that math then, that math should also matter now. How can we eradicate a program designed to mitigate COVID expense when COVID is still here, still affecting customer behavior, food costs, willingness to work, and the economy in general? And now we're talking about monetizing the very program designed to mitigate those expenses? Restaurants have not recovered, period. Wholesale costs are rising all the time, paying triple the cost for butter, eggs, bread, pork, and more. Staffing issues are constant and stressful. The economy is not improving anytime soon.
Thank you so much. The time is...
May I just read one more paragraph, Mayor Ding?
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, just to remind you.
Of course, I apologize.
No problem.
As a council, I ask you to not force this on our plate this soon. We're still suffering with things we can't control, and we still need your help. Setting design standards sound great. It could have been done from the beginning, but it wasn't. I ask the council to please wait before issuing us more expensive standards at this time. We simply aren't ready. It's a great idea. We just need more time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Demler, Sonoma. I have some random thoughts, as usual, and I'm very happy that there's been some organization to this chaos in the study. It sounds like there needs to be more. It sounds like we really need a Sonoma Business Trust Fund, and maybe in addition to, instead of, I would think, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I like the parklets a lot. I lived in Europe a long time. I would like to see the sidewalks extended on the outer perimeters, parking only on the inner perimeters, one way of traffic clockwise around the plaza, city help with the businesses. The present designs, irrespective of what they cost, look like third world to me. It's a disaster. Something needs to be done about it, but it's a very fine idea, and I hope we continue it. Also, I would like to see First Street East 400 block reopened. That should never have been closed. The two businesses have done well with that, and I cheer them on, but that's a public street. It should never have been closed. So also my last thought is this program was inspired by the pandemic. I'm still reading that we have the pandemic with us. I see some masks tonight. I have one in my pocket. My wife would not like it that I'm not wearing it. But when some of these parklets were built, they were made into outdoor rooms, smaller than the inside restaurant, by putting up the sides. That should not have been allowed. That's all I have to say. Except you really need a lot more study, and I hope you will keep the program in some form.
Thank you, Robert.
Cody Binkley, B&B Whiskey Bar. Mayor Dean and Council, thank you so much for listening to me. Don't really have much to repeat. Just want to say one thing. It's we've all been through a lot to watch the transition of the change in understanding. This is our first time ever going through something like this. Say if it's like a flu or something like that. I thank you to the City Council and everyone to actually do it. It just, we need more support to understand exactly what we're going through. I remember before we had any parklets, I was with Sandra and John, and I bought them right away within 24 hours. They were unusable. I wanted to build these certain things. I sat with Fergie, City Works. They tried to explain to me what ADA was, and I'm like, no, that's not ADA. So and then next week, everyone's like scurrying up, hurry up to make sure that everyone is in compliance to have an ADA. I just think that we need kind of a liaison in a sense, and that's why we had the Alfresco program with Felder and Barnett. I'm very thankful for it. We need more time exactly with that, but we also need more communication to be easier on each other in a sense to make it more acceptable and not just like kind of lashing out. But we definitely need some more time to figure this out, especially with the data. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Ryan Laley. I'm here this evening once again for speaking on behalf of Pangloss Cellars. We would like to request that the city consider a hybrid of the two options put forth by staff recommendations for the Alfresco program. That being, allow Pangloss Cellars and Maya occupancy of their parklets through October 31st, with Pangloss Parklet fully removed by November 18th. This would allow us to operate through our busy season with no interruption and would meet the request of retail businesses to have more parking available prior to their busy season, which is Thanksgiving through January. Also, continue the Alfresco program while directing staff to develop comprehensive standards as well as hire consultants to look at long-term solutions. We also recommend that the deadline for the parklets to come into compliance with the new standards be more than the week and a half that is currently suggested in the staff report. This will allow those businesses that wish to continue the ability to do so with guidance and a reasonable amount of time to come into compliance. It will also provide a needed framework should we find ourselves having to shift our businesses outside again in the future. If a hybrid of these two is not an option, we would like to request occupancy, Pangloss, would like to request occupancy of our parklet through October 31st, with the parklet being fully removed by November 18th. As we know, safety has been a concern. We were grateful to hear Public Safety has given the city manager the authorization to extend our use until October 31st, with the street being open no later than November 30th. We hope that the council at least approves this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi again. Gosh, get to see you so often these days. Laura Havlick, Sign of the Bear. Thank you all for your time and working so hard for all of us. Sonoma's magic really is the mix, and what I'd love to see happen most is not consultants, but a meeting with the stakeholders all in the same room to work through, and that's retail, that's restaurant, that's someone from the city council or government, and whoever it is that is aware of the compliance issues that come up. I feel like that's how we're going to get solutions, because I know my business intimately and everybody else is not at all, where the consequences fall and what's trivial and what's a deep bite. We really appreciate the criteria for usage. I actually think that's really important, not necessarily days a week, but I know because I walk it every day, which parklets are hardly used and which are often used. And it is in all of our interests. Sonoma's magic is the mix. It is in all of our interest that restaurants are here and healthy next year, and that retail is too. We're open all the time. Well, not all the time. We're open every day. We have been. Yes, staffing continues to be an issue. And we get calls, even in this crazy chapter, of customers who cannot park, who want to come in and pick up a mixer where a shuttle maybe isn't the solution, but it might be for some other people. And I hope we can get to where there's a meeting with all the stakeholders at the table. Especially in a chapter where the future and fall are unknown and unknowable, it feels premature to come up with a long-term answer, because if COVID numbers are catastrophic, it matters to all of us that all of the restaurants are here. If COVID numbers are okay, that's a different equation. And restaurants aren't back. We have come through it lighter than many. A lot of retail is not okay either. And I worry about all of our neighbors in the plaza on all sides of the aisle and coming up with an answer that supports everyone. I'm aware of how fragile so much of what I treasure in our town is, and that I really want to make sure that retail continues to be here as well as restaurants. Thank you all for all of your time and support.
Thank you.
So, am I allowed to use remaining time because I forgot? I have like 20 seconds, sorry. Thank you very much. Parking really does matter for us, and we really appreciate your consideration in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you again.
Hi, I'm Dan Araldi from Araldi's Menswear. And it seems to me that everybody's suffered with COVID in their business. But all the attention seems to be, we're going to save the restaurants. Now, a lot of the restaurants have outdoor patios that they can use. And they're taking public parking that everybody's competing for. So it hurts everybody else. A lot of the parklets, as we know, Steiner's hasn't been used in 2 months. And Valley Restaurant, if they use it 3 times a week, but everybody's taking the parking spaces away from everybody else. So I would really love to see the parklets go away, personally, because the restaurants are open and you can go and sit inside. If you don't want to sit inside, you can sit outside for the people that have patio seating. And so I'd love to see it go back to how it was prior. And then if COVID becomes an issue, then we look at something else. But to let it go in favor of the restaurants only, that's not a good thing. It's not fair in my mind anyway. It's a public right of way. So please, don't extend it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and another thing, sorry, the ad hoc committee, I wasn't in the store when Mark and Jack Ding came in to see me last week, or when they were doing the rounds, but that would have been the first time anybody has come in to talk to a retailer. And that's what's really bothers me. When the initial survey went around with our prior mayor, he came into the store on a Wednesday to tell me, oh, there's going to be a meeting Monday about parklets, and there's a survey. You need to take the survey online and stuff. And so I said, okay. So I took the survey. 20 minutes later, a customer comes into the store and says, oh, did you take the survey? And I go, yeah, I just learned about it. He was just here, and I'm going to take the survey. I said, oh, so you must have a business on the square? He says, oh no, I'm on the emailing list, the Girl and the Fig. They sent it out to all their patrons. Then I talked to a winery, the same thing. So this whole thing was going on without even including the retailers. And I really resent that. So I just thought, in case you didn't know that, that's how it went down.
Thank you, Dan. Any more comments? Yeah, you can approach to podium. Just say you like it or you don't like it, and not like the speech. Yes. All right. Yeah. If none, I want to close public comments. Yeah. We bring back to City Council. We have the more discussion. So, do you have any question or any answers to those questions?
Thank you.
Yeah.
On the authority, every restaurant had an encroachment permit, an emergency encroachment permit, and it gave the public works director and the city manager full responsibility to actually go out and make changes to any of the parklets. When we, part of what the intention was is to, as I said, make sure that there was no code violations, no code violations. We were looking at some of the aesthetics, and also ADA. And so when we were going out, we were looking at those. I was unaware that an email went out about a certain date to remove heaters. I did not know about that, but that was not my understanding. But that's what the letter was addressing, was the ADA code violations and some of the aesthetics. And but the encroachment permits gave us that full responsibility.
All right. Do you have questions?
Yeah, I just want to say a couple things. First of all, that letter that went out, I apologize to any business owner that felt like that came across harsh, and I will fully, again, the ad hoc reviewed a draft of it. We were involved, but I'll take full blame and responsibility for that. And I do want to apologize to anyone that viewed that as harsh. That was certainly not the intention. Specifically about the orange water walls. If it were up to me, if we had to continue parklets with orange water walls, I would vote to end them now. I don't want to see those orange water walls ever again. We said that last year. I said that in April 2021 when we extended it through this October. And they were, from what I understand, mandated by our former public works director. Our new public works director has discovered this new aesthetically pleasing curb concept that will ultimately protect the diners in the same way. And so our goal over the summer was to either remove the orange water walls and replace them with these curbs, or cover up the orange water walls. With, again, the goal that this council does support extending them past October. We just wanted to aesthetically improve the situation over the summer. So that's sort of where the orange water walls came from. In terms of the survey, and in terms of talking to retailers and talking to restaurants, the ad hoc, first of all, I love the idea that, I think we've discussed this before, but that Laura brought up about having a sort of town hall or some sort of plaza meeting with retailers and restaurants and Mark and members of the council and staff. I think that is a great idea, and hopefully we can plan that soon. In terms of the survey, I think there was some reticence on our part to do a massive survey for the same reasons as Dan described, because last year we did a survey about parklets, and the Girl in the Fig mailing list participated heavily. And so we weren't sure about what that survey would say. And to be fair, I had a little reticence about public surveys after the Broadway restriping debacle. So I thought the ad hoc made the decision, And if you thought we had stopped talking about Broadway restriping, you were all mistaken. I'm kidding. But when it comes back to the survey, what we did rely on is the Chamber of Commerce, and you reached out to all the different retailers, and we wanted a high quality input from restaurants and retailers, and we felt like we got that. I do think we should have probably had a personal touch, and so hopefully that can continue with this meeting. And so that's sort of addressing some of the comments. Do you have anything to add, Bob? Or?
I sure do.
Okay, I just wanted to address that.
Let me begin by, again, issuing an apology for a runaway train that's become a train wreck. It was not our intention to cause this kind of confusion and multiple different directions on what to do with parklets. But the reason that this item is on the agenda tonight is it became very obvious, especially in what's been happening in the last week or two, that this business community needs to know what the direction of the council is concerning parklets. Whether we say remove them on October 31st, or do we have a continuation of some kind of a program, whether it be parklets or al fresco or some other name in the future. The intent, and we obviously botched the intent, but the intent of what came out in the last couple of weeks was we know that the parklets were going to remain until October 31st, but it would be really helpful for the image of Sonoma and its historic nature to improve the aesthetics over the summer months with all the tourists coming into town, to, as one speaker said, to remove the third world aspect of what these things look like and to make them at least more appealing while they remained. And we tried to come up with a reasonable set of aesthetic changes that could be accomplished without causing additional expense or onerous requirements on the people who had parklets. One of the things that we did get confirmation on as we were starting this parklet subcommittee was that the orange water walls, while they were there to provide a safety aspect, were not required. There are other solutions to putting in those walls, and if I've heard any remark by anybody in this town that is against parklets, it's the horrid orange water walls that are visible. And so one of the things that we thought we could do is, at least since we don't have the requirement to have them there, that there are other ways to create a barrier, to create a separation of street and sidewalk, namely these curbs, that it would make sense to remove the water walls and to clean up the aesthetics over the summer months. Not to force people to remove their entire parklets, but to just try to get it to be a more pleasing aesthetic appearance for the town of Sonoma. We are at a point where I don't think anybody on this council, they can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think anybody on this council is going to say all the parklets have to come out by tomorrow or June 10th or July 4th. We are willing to let them remain at least until October 31st. The intent of this agenda item is to give you direction on whether that is a time to end this current program of parklets or to continue it to become a more permanent program in its sort of altered state. The reason that this becomes important is as we move on, things that tend to start out as being temporary end up being permanent by the way that they're left in place for a period of time. And indeed, if we were to have a parklet program, it was talked about earlier, we would have to go through more rigorous standards on what's permitted in a historic district around Sonoma than to just skirt the CEQA rules and allow them to remain in their current fashion. So it would at least require an initial study, as Planning Director Storer said, to establish what is required for a parklet. Given that kind of a situation, if the parklets were to become a permanent situation rather than a temporary situation, it seems more apparent to me that we have to find a way to start with a fresh start on what a parklet or al fresco dining is on the plaza, rather than trying to patchwork existing parklets to make them conform to something that might satisfy some design standards but may not satisfy CEQA, and would have to come out anyway because they wouldn't be considered a permanent structure. So what I'm hoping we can do as a council tonight is to give you either a yes or a no on whether we want parklets to remain, and with some other design standards that may or may not satisfy a permanent parklet, or if we should remove the parklets as they exist now on October 31st and start fresh and come up with an alfresco program that would make Sonoma proud and beautiful and the historic place it should be. So that's done with the best of intentions, not to punish the people who have parklets, but to create a situation that allows us to move forward in the best way possible to satisfy all the merchants on the plaza and to produce an environment for Sonoma that's an acceptable, permanent situation. So I hope that's understood. We had the best of intentions, and like I say, it's become a train wreck because there's been so many things that have gone out to confuse things. And we certainly apologize for that, but we would like to right the ship and to establish a clear guideline. And I don't know which way the vote would go up here, if we said continue the parklets or take them out on October 31st. But I'm trying to give the business community direction that is clear and straightforward so you know what you're dealing with. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. Councilmember Lowe, please.
Thank you. Thank you both for that explanation, because I was, like many of the businesses, I was caught off guard by those letters that went out. And what hindsight is 20/20, but at the prior meeting when people were here, that would have been a good time to say, by the way, letters are going out, or we're thinking about this, because I walked away from the meeting feeling like, hey, we're kind of on the right track. I think we're, we got to fix some things. Some have got to go. Some have got to be fixed, And then when I received the emails, I was really caught off guard. And maybe I didn't read the room right, but usually I think I pay attention as well as can be expected. But one of the things, to get to your ultimate question, Mr. Felder, the COVID situation brought upon a lot of things that we hate and a lot of things that we now have gotten used to, whether we love them or not. Earlier at this meeting, we had several people come tell us that they were upset that we don't have a Zoom link, because they've gotten used to and they feel like it's a safer way for them to participate in the meetings in a hybrid fashion. They can come here, they can participate online. I don't think there's any way we're going to get rid of that. People have gotten used to it. We don't know how long this COVID thing's, going to flare up or go away or whatever. And there are other situations that all of a sudden made people more involved in their community by being able to participate in that way. We're not going to get rid of that. even though it's messy and difficult and staff doesn't like it and it's all that, but you know, it's something that we got. The parklets is kind of another one of those things. People like them. I know they're not everyone. Dan, I understand your position, but the people that come to the restaurants, the people that come to town, I enjoy sitting outside. People like them, and so I want to go back to my hybrid meeting. I want to be able to have parklets, but I feel very strongly, as I said before. I mean, my mother was a single mom who had a retail store. I feel deeply for the businesses there, and maybe I don't come up with the best ideas, Laura, but I'm trying, and I'm willing to roll up my sleeves and keep talking about it, because I think I agree that there are parklets that are not being used, and that's why I brought up the Healdsburg situation. It's not right. If you're not using it, then let's have some parking. I know it's just as hard to carry a mixer across from First Street West or First Street East as it may be to the Horseshoe, but maybe some sort of shuttle might be helpful on some things like that. I don't know. I'm willing to work on it. I'm willing to work on it. I don't want to see them go away. I want to be able to say to all of the businesses, it's the reason, when we have guests that come to Sonoma, they come here to go to your businesses, and they come here to go to your restaurants, and they come here to go to your wineries. And that is the engine that is the economic engine of our town, whether we like it or not. If we get rid of those things, then we're a pretty cool suburb. But I think we're more than that. We're historic. We have amazing stores. We have amazing restaurants, and I want them all to succeed. So I would, to your question, I would like to see them continue. I don't want to see them taken down. I think that we do need some design standards. I don't think this is something, last time we were here, someone said there may be consultants that do this. I happened to look. There are so many consultants that do parklet designs now, because it's happening all over the country. This is not something unique to California, although we'll probably be the most successful because we have the best weather. But we are not inventing a wheel here. There are a lot of experts out there, and there are a lot of successful programs, and I think that we can find one that will model it. I think we have to also be very mindful of when our land, when our city space is being given and not being used, that's not okay. And so I think absolutely there has to be some sort of a way that we can, say, time's up, you gotta go. But whatever it is, from now on, I think we just need to be very transparent with everyone. If there's a letter that's gonna go out, we gotta know about it so that no one's caught off guard. But my vote tonight would be to continue, and with the stipulation that those that are not being used should probably go away, and that we should give clear direction to the restaurants and other, perhaps other, and it doesn't have to be restaurants. I was thinking a parklet could be for a retail business. I don't know, but no one's doing that, but I don't know why they couldn't do it. So I don't want to say just a restaurant. So a parklet, that they should be allowed to continue the same way. I think we should go back to hybrid, the two unfortunate but aftermaths of COVID that I think we're going to live with. So thank you, and thank everybody for your patience.
Thank you. Councilmember Agramonte.
Yes, thank you so much. First of all, in defense of our council, we weren't told there was anything besides, now I've learned a new name, K-rails. We didn't know. We weren't told of the curb. We were just told you've got to put those orange monsters out there. And I actually pushed and said, but if you hit one, they'll propel and kill like 3 people. Aren't they supposed to be locked? I had to go online to look at that. It's crazy. Some of this stuff is so crazy. So my first concern is safety. We've had one person seriously injured in a parklet. Something fell from the structure, hit the person on the head, had to go to the emergency. He had a concussion and 10 stitches. So, and I asked the police, I said, what happened? They said, nobody told us. Well, now that's in the information for people who are getting permits. You have to report the accident. Another one occurred. I was told this would never happen. And someone backed up a huge car into the bistro's parklet, knocked out a few things, and I was told that would never happen either. So that did happen. Let's see. Parking is interesting because this isn't new to Sonoma. We've always had a parking problem, and our biggest issue is that we don't have enough parking. And so we have been talking about this and about getting parking behind, where Mary's Pizza is in the huge lot. It belongs to the state park. And now we have possibly someone who's on our team who can find out more about it. We've been working on it for years. We don't have enough parking even before parklets. So the other thing is I'm adamant about First Street West being open. I know our police and fire have supported that, and I think they actually did not support that when we did it. The other thing is that was brought up to me by a few people is what do we do on July 4th? How does that work? I don't know. That's not my business. It's up to the ad hoc committee and the staff to figure that thing out. So one thing I really did, and I will not let go of this, is Vice Mayor Barnett's idea of, working more on the sidewalks extensions, make it look like a real thing, because I agree. It looks, for me, I live here, and I can't stand some of these parklet structures. But I think what you thought, and maybe, I don't know what fits within that criteria, we could be corrected or informed, is maybe a specific plan for parklet, something of outdoor dining that doesn't mean what we've got now. And with respect to everybody, I think I'm done it on October 31st. But I can't speak for everyone here. I just know I am because I live here, and it's hard to see this. So I appreciate it. But thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Ding. Again, I've already talked a little bit about what I think, but just to add on to that, I think long term, I think the best solution for this issue on the plaza is, and we've sort of talked about this before, but one of our council goals this year and moving forward is a sort of plaza master plan, which will really sort of look at the plaza and try to improve it. There's actually been a discussion about a plaza improvement district, very similar to the TID. Maybe it would take the place of the TID. And ultimately, if through a TOT source of revenue, we had, I'm talking, if it's similar to the TID, $1 million a year that would constantly be used to, not only throw, put lights around the plaza over the winter, but just really improve the plaza, like hanging flower pots, better lawn, better amphitheater, just really improve the plaza. Part of that could also be sort of reimagining the plaza, similar to what Bob said about maybe one way around the plaza, and really extending the sidewalks in a more permanent way where you could really put a lot of tables on the sidewalk. You wouldn't have these parklets, but you would have basically parklets on the sidewalk, but then with enough room to walk around them. As a stopgap measure, as we talked at the ad hoc many times, was we wanted to find a way, but obviously what I just described is not happening this year or next year or honestly, probably not your lifetime, Madeline. No, but, meaning probably not my lifetime. I mean, it's going to take a very long time. And so maybe 5 years, 10 years, whatever. And so how do we, what? Is that too long? I'm just trying to be realistic. But the point is, so what do we do in the meantime? How do we get there? And so what I liked was, I've always really liked the Cafe La Haye parklet because it's basically as I described. It's all over the tables are on the sidewalk and you walk around it. We talked about that. We had plans, and it's just not feasible. It would also be, very expensive in a sort of temporary way. And so then, obviously, that begs the question, what do we do before that master plan, hopefully just 5 years down the road? And so, obviously, whatever continues after October 31st needs to be, it's more of a, I think at that point, I think we need to admit it's less of a temporary program and more of sort of a semi-permanent program. And so if it is going to be semi-permanent, it does need to have design standards that befit a national landmark plaza. I think, as Council Member Lowe just described, there are consultants out there that can create these designs. We can run them by Page and Turnbull. I think that is extremely important. And so if you're asking me right now, would I extend parklets past October 31st? If they passed a historic analysis and the design complemented the historic plaza, I would be definitely open to something like that. Absolutely. With the idea, though, that it is sort of this like semi-permanent situation. I don't think that is the best plan long-term for the plaza. But it is a way to sort of retain, as Councilmember Lowe said, the best aspects of COVID, the sort of outdoor seating. It continues, I think, to be, a lifeline for local businesses that are extremely important for our community. They're members of our community. And, and so I think this also needs to be done in concert with our retailers and something the planning department has been working on, a downtown parking management plan. As Council Member Agarmani just mentioned, with the Casa Grande and other sort of aspects to improve our downtown parking, hopefully there can be a win-win situation here. Councilmember Agarmani did mention the 4th of July, and we did discuss that. I think that is important, something that really concerned me, and I think we discussed this at the council, obviously we've never had a 4th of July parade with parklets. And so how is that going to work? And what I was concerned about were these parklets sort of being turned over to like VIP sort of seating for the parade where you had to, there was a ticket and all that kind of stuff. And I just personally wouldn't like that. And I think from what I understand, there are ABC issues and liability issues. And again, I just back up what I said earlier and what Councilmember Felder said. I apologize for the way some of this has been handled, and I just want the business community to know that you are members of our community, you're valued partners, and we need to be better. We are partners in this, and I think the last 2 years of COVID and staff have borne that out. It's been an amazing partnership, and that obviously, needs to continue. And that's something I strongly support. And so, but when it came to the 4th of July, as we were learning about ABC and liability and everything we've been looking at parklets. I mean, it seemingly is a very easy issue if you think of it, just outdoor seating on the plaza. Why is this so complicated? But I have to tell you, every door you open, there's another unintended consequence. And this is actually a remarkably difficult issue for just, parklets on the plaza. We've been studying it. We've been working with public safety. We were working with planning. There are fire codes that are being enforced now that weren't being enforced during COVID. There are other sort of different codes that are being enforced. And so that leads me to what we discussed earlier. I would love to, with the Chamber of Commerce and city staff, organize some sort of meeting similar to what Laura described. I think that would be helpful in the next month or so. But in terms of just telling the business community where we're going, as long as the parklets conform to design standards that are approved by, that pass muster with CEQA, like after an initial study, and as long as they are historically or complement the historic plaza, I would be open to continuing a sort of stopgap measure. But it's not something I would like to see 10 years from now, quite frankly. And but that's obviously another discussion.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think that right now, now is the time to implement those good standards. because everybody's already started to sort of move things around, you know, and some people have actually gotten rid of things. So I think that, you know, when I'm looking at the agenda, it asks the council to consider and provide direction on 2 options. And I would like to move option A, that we extend the Sonoma Alfresco program for a duration of time to be decided. I'm hearing October 31st, tell me if I'm wrong, and direct staff to develop comprehensive parklet design standards. That's what I think you said. That's one of the options. The other option is the one that I believe Madeline prefers, which is option B, which is to end the program. So I would like to move option A, and I would like to, and then begin developing these standards, knowing that, you know, you're going to have to fix the plane in the air. I know that. But, you know, having someone who's lived in the same house for 30 years, I haven't stopped fixing it, and it won't stop getting broken. So you know, it's just one of those things. So, and then I would just like to say that I want to continue working on what we can do to support all the businesses on the plaza, and you know, and so forth. But of the 2, option A or B, I would like to move option A.
And if you do put forward option A, what I would
When,
Yeah.
to what date?
oh, well, we have to figure out the date.
Yeah, I'm open to the date.
But I just would like to add, like, sort of a friendly amendment. I would like to add Ryan Laley's suggestions per the timing for the.
That's fine.
It was sort of a
when you were
hybrid.
saying them, I was trying to write them down. I could have, but you're there,
So
so
if you can
do
just
that.
sort of, put.
Yeah.
Let me know.
Yes. Including Mr. Laley's recommendations for First Street East. Option A and First Street East. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me say something for Councilmember Agramonte. Based on my understanding, because I'm the closer to her, she basically doesn't, purely is opposed this kind of. Her concern is a safety issue. That is most. She mentioned it to me. That is an orange water in the wall, and at least 10 or 20 times every time, when we talk. So that is her concern. If we have the good management and take care of everything, and I think, Councilmember Agramonte also will support. But what her position is, give us a very, very good opportunity how to improve our management, set up the rules and the regulations, a clear direction. That is for the business and the people. Here I want to share my personal story recently. Recently I have the several delegations and the people ask me make a reservation with the girls and the figs. I always try to do that, but sometimes I hesitated. They request for 30 people, 40 people. So I said, wow, this is too much. I said, it's most 20. So when I approached, because they all know me, and especially Randy, general manager, and then he said, well, right now I cannot, make a decision. Let me work on that. And after 1 week later, and he called me. He said, Jack, probably I cannot make it. I know now how much preparation, how much concerns, and I very much appreciate. Those people, as far as I know, after enjoying the wonderful food in Girls Fig, they walk around, they are shopping. One of them, they purchased some jewelry, they told me. I said, wow, your jewelry is in the plaza. It's so beautiful. My wife needs it. And also they will purchase something else. So the Randy's concern also I fully understand. But also it's if we can manage well, and people are happy and eating good food and shopping your store also, that is good. So I believe that most of the city council support, because every single and the decision we are to make, and in some way will shape the future of the Sonoma. We take it serious, and also we do it in scientific way. And during this period, I encourage all our community understand each other and see give other party some the rooms and the chances, see how we can gather more common grounds and make it happen. That is my idea. If any motion, one, or how about the First Street to the east?
I made a motion, Mr. Mayor. I made a motion that A on the agenda, option A, with the addition of Mr. Laley's timelines with regard to First Street East.
And what was that, October 31st, and then it was November?
So removal or occupancy through October 31st, removal by November 18th, so it's in line with the busy season for retailers.
Yeah.
That's what, yeah.
Does that work for,
Could you hear that?
David's shaking
That
his head.
was,
We probably need to have it on the microphone and open it up
Oh,
to the
okay.
public.
Yeah, please.
So our request was occupancy of our parklet through October 31st with full removal by November 18th in time for retailers to have parking spaces for their busy season.
Clear? Yeah.
so it's clear on First Street East. I
Yes.
want to, so the extension of the parklets, they're already extended till October 31st. So are you making the motion that you're extending it past October 31st, but with design guidelines? And probably you should give a date or some sort of timeline, because the restaurants aren't going to make an investment in improving their parklets or, coming up to design guidelines if they, if it's only going to go another 3 months or whatever. So I think we need to have some clear direction on a date. 6
Well,
months
let's actually talk about that, because
Yeah.
again, the
Yeah.
goal of that letter was to just make some aesthetic improvements over the summer, with the idea that it would just be easy to continue it. Now, clearly, that was, as I believe you said, botched, and so again, I apologize. But I would not really, until we know what those design guidelines are, and until we know that they're historically approved, I would be okay, and I don't know what you think about this or what the rest of the council, I would be okay with just having the parklets stay as they are. Because if I was a business, I wouldn't know whether I'd be investing more into this parklet until I had the historically accurate design guidelines in front of me, and I wouldn't know what to do,
Right,
And
that's
so-
actually, that was my intent,
Yeah.
with option A, is that they continue, but knowing full well when the standards come down, that they're gonna have to, and then at that point, they may decide, no, I don't wanna do it, or the other thing is we gotta decide a fee structure, whether, all these other pieces. But while we're deciding that, I don't
Right.
want people to have to dismantle things and so forth. And if there are safety guidelines or whatever, we're going to be very transparent and help people, and the same way we would with any other sort of business where we noticed a defect or something that had to be fixed.
So I have a
Yes.
question. I like the way that this is going, but what does that mean? How long is that
Yeah,
gonna take
time
you?
frame, yeah.
I've already outlived my familial, lifespan of my family, so I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be here. So how long do you talk? Cause I know this is business, they wanna know, right?
Well, I mean, so that's actually a great question for staff, maybe the planning department. I mean, is there any estimate on how long it would take to do what we've described?
2 months? 6. Sure, yeah. Please.
So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Christina Tierney. I'm the associate planner for the city and have been working with the ad hoc, and would just like to take a moment to answer some of the questions that have come up and make sure that everyone understands some of the complications. As Vice Mayor Barnett mentioned, this is one of the most complicated issues I have ever worked on. I have worked on redevelopment projects on Mare Island. This is harder. We called it whack-a-mole. You think you solve one problem, something else pops up. So just to give a little bit of understanding, when this project was implemented, we were in an emergency. We were in the middle of the pandemic, and our goal was to save businesses. Staff moved very, very fast. We bent, maybe broke rules, and did whatever we could to keep these businesses open. I have spoken with the general contractor who constructed these, and he agrees these were never designed to even last the 2 years that they have lasted so far. So there are some existing major issues that do need to be addressed. I know this isn't going to be popular, but as city staff, I just want to make sure that all the decision makers understand all of the considerations. One of the big issues that was not considered was the placement of these parklets. So the placement of the parklets was not done in consultation with PG&E. It was not looked at for where gas lines are, where utility lines are. Some of these are placed with guy lines that go up to the power poles. This became an issue at De Las Antinas, and there was a fire, and they had to very quickly move their parklet. There are similar issues at some of our other parklets. We have ADA issues at least half of our parklets. That was a concession that we made in the beginning of the program because we were rushing and we were trying to save businesses and trying to save jobs. I did a site visit this morning with our building official whose job is to look at ADA issues. There's maybe 2 of our parklets that actually meet ADA standards, so that really is an important issue to look at. And it would be helpful to get guidance down the line on sort of the intermediary improvements as well. The intent of the letter was to try to put all of these concerns in one place and to have a comprehensive standard that applied to everybody. There have been lots of concerns about this program from the beginning, but one of the key ones was because each of them were done so quickly and on a one-on-one basis, there was a concern of favoritism. And so the reason that letter was so big and so comprehensive and probably a little bit scary was that we were trying to be extremely fair, and we were trying to put all of the concerns in one document and share it with everybody so nobody felt that we were pointing fingers. And so I truly apologize if it felt like we were coming off harsh. The goal was to be as open and transparent as possible. So just to address the issue of the dates, this has been kind of a steam train. So we've been moving really fast. When we started drafting the letter, it was March. And then all of a sudden, we went to council on May 4th. So on May 4th, in the presentation, the deadline was to try to have intermediary cleanups done by Labor Day weekend. Memorial Day weekend, sorry. So that is what was presented to council on May 4th. As the letter got closer and closer to being drafted, we realized that for some of the bigger improvements, that was not enough time. So that was moved to June 10th. And so that's where a little bit of the miscommunication came from. The email requested the somewhat immediate, so the letter went out on May 13th, and with the deadline of being June 10th. What we were hoping to have done by Memorial Weekend was we have bus stations that are out there. There have been complaints from businesses about garbage flying in the street. So we were asking for the garbage cans to be gone, the bus stations to be gone, and we were asking for people to just help us out and please help us make these beautiful and be a reflection of our town of Sonoma. The heaters were on the list because of a fairness issue. We have code issues with about half of the heaters. Some of the heaters are okay. The heater standards at the beginning of the pandemic were relaxed by the fire department and the state because what we were trying to do is create outdoor dining opportunities. We were not trying to create indoor environments because of COVID. So in the beginning, we were looking at, the wall could only be this high, and then there had to be that much of circulation space, and there had to be 3 walls open. They had to be 6 feet from the building. It was very specific of how they were designed, and it was to prevent COVID deaths. So that's a very different situation than we're dealing with right now. So those standards are not relaxed anymore, and a number of our parklets don't meet the current requirements. And so we made a determination that instead of going around and saying, you get yours, you don't, you get yours, you don't, it felt easier and more egalitarian to say, the intent is for this to be outdoor dining We're going into the summer season, and let's just be fair to everyone and ask for everyone to take them out. They are impediments on the right-of-way. They are tripping hazards, and they I have seen them fall over, and we've had to pick them back up and move them. So that was the determination for that. So some of the issues we're looking at moving forward are issues with needing them to be cleaned underneath the parklet. So there are, obviously we have food, we have leaf debris, things like that. So those are some concerns to consider. The water walls, our Public Works Director, Mike Berger, has, and our traffic consultant who's here, I think, is Matt still here, has identified a wonderful solution of these rubber curbs. And they're actually, I believe, safer than the water walls. The water walls were not all installed properly, as Councilmember Agramonte mentioned. They really need to be interlocked. If you just look around, they're not. So there really are some safety issues that need to be addressed. If we take the water walls out, we need another solution. So where we are with that is we've ordered a test case. We have a load coming tomorrow. Yep. And so we're going to be using Mary's as a test case. So these run about $1,000. So again, whack-a-mole. You take the water walls out, it's an additional expense. It is going to be safer, but that's another expense that we're going to need to ask the businesses to pay for. What the letter offered up was that city staff would do the installation and save that cost for the businesses, but we would need the businesses to pay for the actual improvements. Some of the other concerns that we've been dealing with, we did a site visit with PG&E. There are upcoming public utility projects on the plaza, on First Street West in particular. We don't know when that's going to happen, but at some point that gas line that runs down the sidewalk is going to get moved into the street, so anything on the block moving down is going to be an issue. One of the issues we've run into is as we have relaxed standards for outdoor dining, our safe passageway has been reduced. So the minimum safe passage on our sidewalks for ADA is 48 inches. Our chief building official recommended 60 inches is safer in a busy environment like downtown Sonoma. If you walk around the plaza and look, the tables have, in many instances, have creeped out. So in some cases, there's only 2 feet of passage. Another issue that we identified today is that per ADA, the umbrellas need to be at least 7 feet tall to prevent people from being hit in the head. And we haven't had any standards for umbrellas and things like that. So I won't go on and on and on. I just wanted to highlight that this really is a complicated issue. It is going to be time consuming. Right now, October is only 5 months away. It will probably take 4 months to do an initial study. And so just as you're considering timeframes, please just keep all that in mind.
Thank you.
Mr.
Any
Mayor,
more?
if Christina's right there,
Yeah.
she alluded to 4 months of going through the initial study.
4 months.
4 months, right, yeah.
I mean, that's like minimum.
But I think the question that was asked was, how long would that process take? Not just for the initial study, but get it through the vetting process. Can you address that, Christina?
Yes.
Yes, I mean, anytime we're working on a project as a city member, I'm a planner. I am not an architect. I'm not a civil engineer. I'm not experienced in, drawing building permits, things like that. We are a very small city. Our planning department has 3 people. Our building department has about 3 people. So when our staff is working on an initiative like that, it means we're not doing other work. So I think there's decisions to be made about, do we want a consultant to do this or do we want staff to do it? If staff's going to do it, that means that there are choices of things that we're not going to be able to get done. If we do hire a consultant, first it has to get budgeted and approved. We have to draft a request for proposals. We have to send it out. We have to get the proposals, review the proposals, get them approved, execute the contract, all before the work can begin.
That's great. Thank you.
So what she's basically saying is it's 4 months at a minimum, and then additional time on top of that to do other things. And
that would be I would think for the
That's
CEQA
minimum.
review, I would say it's going to be a minimum 6 months for us to get design guidelines, and then we have to do CEQA afterwards.
Yes.
Because you have to do CEQA on the project. So it's not a quick we have to coordinate with all the other
see.
agencies. We have to
Yeah.
have all the gas and utility lines marked out. Whack-a-mole.
Yes, I see. Actually, being compliant is a really, really big deal. You know, out of your control. Yeah, you have to do that. Yeah, and thank you so much. Detailed explanation, and I think it's better for the restaurant owner, for on the retail store, on the stand. And also, you just mentioned about, the, short-term hands, but we just passed, this afternoon, we just passed the next year's the budget. However, anytime, if it is necessary, we work together. We can make an amendment. We work together, work for you, work for our local business owners, work for our community. So don't worry about the money, whatever you need it, or maybe you can hire a person.
Awesome.
So that is the right.
This is why they like Jack the best.
Yeah, I think
It's
what
not
we
even fair.
Well, we can discuss. We can.
Yeah.
Make amendment. The budget. Yeah. So that at least find community person, your assistant between you and the two each business owners. In this way, making a presentation. What's going on? What's that on? I totally understand. You just only you just included everything to be. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, and I just want to follow up on what Christina said, and I just thought that was I thought that was excellent, and I think you did actually a great job of sort of summarizing our conversations at the ad hoc over the last few months. Because every time you want to do this, it's just and I just want to say to our Plaza business community, the easiest thing in the world after just listening to Christina would just be end this on October 31st. This is extremely complicated, and it would be just probably the easiest thing would be to end it. But we are looking for ways to continue it because we want to continue that outdoor dining on the plaza, and we want to support our businesses on the plaza, and we're just trying to do the best we can. So
it'll take longer. And might I suggest that each business gets their own letter next time, because if someone gave me the list of everything that all my neighbors needed to do on their house, in addition to what I need to do, I'd completely freak out.
Well, the intention was that was the first letter, and then we were going to be following up with individual ones after I had called and talked to everybody and explained.
But
what the
I'm so
process
glad
was.
you shared that, because obviously we had as I said, it caught me completely unawares, and I saw this list, and I had the same reaction that John had. So. But anyway, this is really helpful. Yes, it will take time, but if the business are really committed to this and they want it to be, a good thing, then we'll do it. But at least they'll know, what it is. And at least they know that we're willing to, hang in there. So that's good.
And if I could just, while I have everyone's attention, there were a number of items that were brought up that staff is actually working on. So we do have a meeting set for the Casa Grande meeting with State Parks. So that is moving forward. We do have a contract for potentially to look at the trolley. We have some estimates for that. That is moving forward. We have draft code amendments that are looking at creating a downtown parking district and are re-evaluating through our zoning code changes our parking standards to address some of Miranda's concerns, and looking at ways that we can be flexible, business partner relationships with some of the parking lots on the plaza. So there's a whole lot of other work that is going on to try to take our downtown outdoor dining into the next into the future. I think everybody hears loud and clear that that is the direction we want to go. Parklets are only one part of that solution.
That's great. I love the parking. Yeah, it's great. All right, I think right now it's clear, and prepare the motion. Your vote, right? Yeah. Oh, anything?
Mayor, I don't believe there's a second on the floor, and I don't believe you established a duration of time.
I think that, can we say the duration is, at least 6 months? 6 months? Does that sound? We can always bring it back and ask for an extension.
Can if I can just jump in and recommend that I'll just keep jumping in because I'm here and I have the microphone. I would be helpful to have some direction on the intermediary improvements. If this continues for 6 months, we do have ADA issues. We have, for example, ones that don't have platforms, those don't meet ADA. But to ask a business to put in a platform for 6 months is not, that's a big ask. So I think we have a lot more research to do. I think what I would recommend doing is consider whether or not to extend the program and make the decision whether we are extending it or not, and then give staff an opportunity to do some research and get some scopes of work and come back with a timeline that would be appropriate.
I like that.
Yeah, I agree. I guess my question is, we're probably not going to have those historically approved guidelines for 6 months, 4 to 6 months. Are you enforcing ADA and fire code and all that in the meantime?
Our intention
Because
with the
my
letter
intention, to the
was
extent possible,
yeah.
would be to allow the parklets to continue as they are, and so then the businesses, as Council Member Lowe said earlier, would make the decision at that point if they want to continue with this sort of new program.
Our intention with the letter was to kind of start having the conversation and to let people know that there are issues. I can think of at least 3 instances where the ramps right now are damaged. And it looks like they were broken, bonked into, not by a vehicle, but by just a person. But there really are some intermediary steps that do need to be made. I don't know that if you want to opine on that tonight, but our intention was to move forward with those items. Right now, we're holding off and waiting for direction.
Understand? Do I understand this, that you're still gonna move forward with what you've said about the heaters and all of that?
What our intention has been from the beginning is to work with each business one-on-one and come up with individual solutions. They're individual parklets, it's individual businesses. We had our general guidelines that we were asking everyone to adhere to, but at the end of every single email was we're here to work with you, we're going to find a solution that works for everybody. Just to give everyone a heads up to the Cafe La Haye Parklet sidewalk extension will be removed tomorrow at their request. They don't need it anymore. And we did our ADA site visit today. They're going to be moving their tables back against the sidewalk. There were ADA issues with the handrail not meeting the lateral load, and if somebody had fallen into it, it wouldn't be safe. So instead of fixing it up, they have asked for the city to take it out.
So I think the intention would be definitely we need to move forward with ADA guidelines. That's a definite safety. We could, asking restaurants to build, platforms that may not meet the design guidelines in the end might be too much of an ask. But I think that if there's a safety or a code violation with like a fire violation, we need to take care of that, and then the ADA guidelines. Other than that, we could leave the parklets as is until we make a formal design. But ADA does need to be addressed.
Yes.
Does that mean that it's an option for the parklet owner to either leave the water walls or go to curbs? Because there's an expense involved.
Yeah, so that had been our intention and discussions, and again, it's just this is so hard. All of these decisions are so hard, and businesses are so personal, and
right. And there are some the orange water walls that are not linked. There probably is there's really a safety.
Yeah, so the water walls.
Some of the water walls are used as structurally, as part of the parklet structure.
And I was assured that they were locked. And I'm kind of surprised.
They're not locked. Not all of them are.
Not all of them, but some of them have walls and the water walls were put on outside of the walls. And so those are not necessary if we have the curbing. So I think we have individual encroachment permits. They're not so we can deal with each business. Yeah, we can customize it and deal with each business. And it's going to be discussion, and we'll be we're going to work with the businesses. That's our intent, is to work with each business separately. So
yeah, I have to just ask one question. So I'm lost on First Street East right now.
Well, I think that was a separate a separate motion, and I think that we have and it was the timing that we had put in the staff report as well. So
I think what I'm hearing is that we could be seeing orange water walls for another 6 months after October 31st, or more, or longer.
I would think in the cases where there is not a platform, that would be a good cutoff point, that if there is no platform after October 31st from a safety perspective, we should address that issue.
Should or would?
My recommendation after meeting with our building inspector today would be that if there is not an ADA platform, that's a pretty significant safety issue for the city.
But I'm sitting here with a motion on the floor to decide to extend these parklets as they are with an uncertain question of what's going to be removed and not removed.
Exactly.
It's not certain. I mean, I think that's what we can honestly say. That's one thing we know for sure, is that we don't know for sure. You know, and all we're saying, and I appreciate, Sue, what you had to say, is that we're going to work with you and we're going to try to make it happen. And as I said, we're going to be fixing the plane in the air. I get it. But, you know, if each business is going to have to decide for itself whether or not it's worth it to replace the orange whatever they are with the new rails of whatever they are while they're waiting for the architecturally fantastic, historically cool thing to come up. They're going to have to make that decision. But, you know, what we're saying is that work with us, we're going to try to make it happen. But yeah, all these things are going to happen at once. I mean, they are.
And I think, to be very clear, just based on all the conversations that we have had, the reality is that 99% of the parklets would have to be removed. They do not meet safety requirements. They all have slight things where there is a gas line, there's a guy wire, it doesn't meet ADA, the curb is too high. So I would just, not trying to be the mean person here, but just trying to be very realistic. I would caution everyone that the intent in extending the program is not to continue the existing parklets,
Right.
but that they would be removed, cleaned underneath them, and replaced to the current standards.
Right.
Maybe they would be able to stay, but that would be something that has to be determined by an architect in conjunction with all of the other agencies.
Mayor, that sounds like option B to me.
Yeah. Yeah, that is tough, yeah.
Well, I don't think it's, you know, I don't think it's option B, because option B says there's the intent never, you know, that's it. And I don't think we, you know, I think we should give it a shot. I mean, people are going to decide on their own. They may decide on their own, this is too much, I don't want to do it after this temporary thing, and that's up to them. But we're going to do it the right way.
Yeah.
And, you know, if it doesn't work out for individuals, you know, but let's give it a shot, because there's a lot out there who, you know, really, there's a lot of people that enjoy it, and there's a lot of people who that their jobs depend on it.
You know, you mentioned about a lot of the things needed to do, but I feel like Sue mentioned about most important is ADA compliance. That is most important thing. Yeah, that is, we have to comply before the new standard. Yes, yeah, that is a safety. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Christina.
Yeah.
Did you just say like 99? I mean, most of the parklets are going to have to be removed anyway?
Most of the parklets have some issue that needs to be addressed.
But you, I had not heard that 99% of them had needed to be removed. That's
No,
a new.
They
that's
don't.
A new, okay.
They don't all necessarily need to be removed, but every single one has very individual changes that need to be made. I don't know what they are. I am not an architect. We haven't done the work. We have not worked with all of the different agencies. I'm cautious. I don't want to mislead people and think that by extending it, that the way that they are now is the way they can stay for another year or two, because I'm not PG&E.
Mm-hmm.
I am not the fire department. 2 of the road widths are too narrow. There's you know.
Right. So what she's saying, and she gets really, I mean,
Damage
she's
control.
really gung ho, and I and I love it. But I think that what we're saying is that there are some with each particular business, there may be small ADA issues, there may be larger ADA issues, but we haven't, and this is the first, and I think she misspoke when she said 99% of the parklets will need to be removed. There may be some corrections that need to be made, and there may be some immediate corrections that need to be made. Like say if a ramp is not ADA, if there's no ramp, it's not ADA, or if it's broken, it's it definitely doesn't meet the standards for ADA. So, but I think that by working with each individual business, and we have a checklist for each individual business, and we can work with them separately. So. And by saying that you're going to extend it for 6 months, it just means that it will give us time to get design guidelines. And if there's immediate or safety issues, ADA guidelines, we're going to have to deal with those. And that's just by, standard code that we're going to have to do that. So, but I wouldn't say that 99% of the parklets need to be removed. So.
Okay, do you agree? Yeah, understand? Yeah. I think understand, yeah.
Okay.
Needed to be in a change to be in a compliant with the ADA and the requirements.
Right.
That is my understanding.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
Was there a motion?
Yes.
Did you?
Yes.
There was a motion. I was just looking for a second on my general motion.
Which one?
And the number one.
No, motion A, which was to continue them, and then we talked about for how long, and then Christina told us all the things, and so that's the timeline.
Have we decided how long? Was it
I
6
heard
months?
6 months.
6 months.
6 months. Okay, so what is that? That's
This is
December
the end of the
1st.
December
December 1st.
December 1st.
And then we're going to give
Yeah,
them
6
6
months. Is
months.
December 1st. isn't
From
it?
the right now, yeah.
I thought it was 6 months from October 31st.
Well, I thought it was 6 months from now.
No. I think what we're saying is they're okay until October 31st, and then within the next 6 months, we're going to give them what they actually need in order to stay permanent. But in the meantime, if there's
okay.
ADA issues or broken
Yes.
ramps or things like that, just like any business, if they have a problem, we're going to tell them you need to fix this thing or that thing.
Yeah, we need a fix. We want to try to support Christina. And also, at the same time, I concerned about passion from the business owners. Is running out. There's too much issues.
What we really need is a second.
So that, yeah, if you second, roll call, please.
We need a second.
Hold on,
Wait,
hold on.
we
Like,
need
no.
a second.
Are you not saying a second?
Yes.
Are you?
Yes.
Yes.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Okay, we got a second.
Can I talk?
Oh, yeah, sure.
There's
Okay.
a motion you can.
I mean, it would be nice to have this Alfresco program 2.0, if that's what comes from this, ready to go for like next spring and summer. And so, can we say maybe March 1st or?
No, I wouldn't go for that. Sorry. I'm ready. I want this to be solved for the town, for the people. I mean, they're the ones that are spending the money, and we need to get an answer to them. I don't know what that answer is.
Could I make
No, I know.
Yes.
an addition to your motion? So we would extend the parklet program until 6 months from October 31st, but we would have design guidelines done by December.
Oh yeah. Okay.
December.
Right,
Yes,
and that would
6 months,
give,
yes.
so we could be ready for spring.
Why don't? Okay.
So I will
I
have to
would-
take out my second, because I wouldn't support that.
Okay, so I'm looking for a second, based on Sue's suggestion that we keep them until October. We'll have design guidelines by December 1st, so that they can get everything up to snuff, or decide not to by spring.
So they've already been extended till October 31st?
Yes.
Yeah, so.
So why don't we just do design guidelines by October 31st? Can we do that? Why?
It'll be extremely tough to get it through the process. I mean,
Through
first
the
of all, you got to
CEQA
create
process,
it,
the
and then,
initial-
and then you got to actually get them approved, do the CEQA review and all that stuff.
So that's why I was saying December, to have the design guidelines by December. And then you could have the new
Okay.
Alfresco program 2, or whatever you're gonna call it, in place for spring.
Can you put a specific date rather, is it April 30th? May 1st, whatever?
Yeah, well, so 6 months from October 31st would be,
I would do December 1st and April 1st.
yeah. That sounds good.
December 1st, April 1st. Okay.
So by December 1st, we'll have the design guidelines. By April 1st, they have to implement them. And they're extended as is with, minor things till October 31st.
Yeah, and
Okay.
subject to some change based on, like, for example, if we're going to have this town hall, hopefully we can. Probably we're going to have multiple town halls throughout this process. And if we hear that maybe that doesn't work, maybe it's too aggressive, maybe it's not aggressive enough, etc.
All right.
All right. No more second. Second, she has changed it. I'm waiting for another second.
I'll second.
All right.
Thank
Roll
you.
call, please.
Councilmember Felder,
No.
Councilmember Lowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Barnett,
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte,
No.
Mayor Ding.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 3-2.
Thank you. Let's have a break. Yeah, it's a long meeting. Yes. Also, thank you everyone and I joined this meeting. Yeah, thank you. It's a busy time for everyone. Thank you. All right, we are back. Before we continue agenda item, and we like to get a permission from the owners council, because right now it's already in the past 9 o'clock. I would like to ask permission. We continue or we leave this agenda to our next meeting. Who wants to put in a motion? Or
Well, do we need to make a motion?
Yeah, we need to make it a
I would
motion.
like to continue.
Continue.
Yeah, I think we need to, especially people have come for
Yeah, like we need
a
to get
couple
all
of
this
things
done.
here.
Alright.
And
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Felder,
Yes?
Councilmember Lowe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barnett,
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte,
Aye.
Mayor Dean.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so much. Agenda number 6.4. Discussion, consideration, and a possible action to implement a residential permit parking program, RPPP, in the residential neighborhood of Broadway and Klein Street. The proposed RPPP is exempt from the further environmental review under the general rule in California Environment Quality Act, (CEQA) guidelines, section 15061B3, that the CEQA only applies to projects that have the potential for causing a significant effect on environment. Public Works Director. I think that
I
is
just
my-
want to clarify, because we had said that we were going to go back to
Oh.
but
Go back-
5.1,
oh, 5.0,
but,
oh, okay,
but that's
yes.
okay. We decided that it would be better to continue on with 6.3. We have people
Okay.
here in the audience for that one, but I just wanted to clarify that we're,
So
Sure.
we'll go back to 5.1 after
After.
6.5?
Sure.
yeah.
Okay.
6 point, okay. Sorry, Mike.
Good evening, Mayor Dean, council members. I bring forth this agenda item summary tonight on discussion, consideration, and possible action to implement a residential permit parking program, RPPP, in the residential neighborhood of Broadway and Clay Street. The proposed RPPP is exempt from CEQA. And in summary, at the May 18th council meeting, staff was directed to evaluate and begin implementation of a RPPP in the Clay Street neighborhood. In the last, a little bit of history on this, the last time this came up to council, a little over a year ago, it was in Public Works' workflow, and there was action items discussed at that council meeting. And since that council meeting, as you know, the city manager has changed positions, the director of Public Works has changed positions, and this particular item went from Public Works into planning on an interim basis, and now it's back at Public Works. And what I wanted to bring to you tonight was that I have started looking into what a permit program would look like for this item, for this activity. And it's been quite a bit of legwork to go back and take a look at what's happened. I don't want to go down the same road, make the same mistake twice. I've begun the process of looking into what a permit program looks like. And what I bring to you tonight in terms of an action item for your consideration is what I consider a short-term alternative. And when this concept came about, since I've started working on this, there wasn't I didn't have access to a whole lot of public input on how this would be received by the neighbors. Since the introduction of the agenda item summary, I've received quite a bit of input from the neighbors. And this is a great thing because, as you can see from the agenda item report, that my goal is to immediately begin outreach to the neighborhood. And I've started doing that today. I did find some time to go out and meet with a citizen in the community and talk to her about the history of this and, you know, what she thought about my proposal, which once again is considered a short-term alternative and really something to try and see if it succeeds. And since the agenda item got published and people have put their eyes on it, there's been quite a bit of comment about it, and that's a good thing. As I discussed with one of the neighbors today, this is what I have to have in order to make this program successful. And if what we're considering as a interim temporary solution, which is placing 45-minute maximum daytime parking signs, 9 to 5 p.m. along the north and south sides of Clay Street from Broadway to Bragg. This is very open-ended. And they could be placed anywhere along that street on a trial basis to see if they work. And the second part of this is the alternative of a permit program. And I'm not aware of any guidelines that the city has for a permit program. It's addressed in the municipal code, and there's 2 sentences in the municipal code, and one of them states that the police department, today the sheriff's department, will be the ones that implement and obviously enforce the program. And those are the guidelines. And so what I'm going to be struggling with over the next 2 to 4 weeks, I would assume, is a lot of public opinion has started to flow out on this with the neighbors, and I'm not surprised because this has been an issue for quite some time. I've heard about that probably the last 4 or 5 years, and it involves not just Traintown, but a couple other businesses in the neighborhood. And there's been an evolution of where the problem gets a little bit better, and then there's been a little bit of right course where it gets worse again. It becomes an issue again. It gets talked about. Maybe it gets potentially solved for a short time, and then we are back on it again now with potentially the ups and downs of COVID and how tourist season going through COVID, going to Traintown was affected by extra people there on certain days and overflowing into the neighborhood. So I just want to make it, definitely known we are still working on a permit program at Public Works. I will continue to work on that program, and I will continue to come up with collaborative, communicative, comprehensive conversations with the people that are affected in the neighborhood. And one of the steps that we're taking is we're going to send out a survey to the neighbors, and I want to work with the neighbors to try to figure out what exactly is going to be in that survey. What do we think we want to capture by this? Because if we're gonna go down the road of implementing a permit program, I want to make sure that we do it right, and I want to make sure that I'm getting enough feedback. And I've looked at a few council meetings from historical purposes, and the last time this was brought up a little over a year ago, there wasn't a whole lot of consensus as to how it was going to be enforced and how it was going to be implemented, both with the intake, the development of the program, and the maintenance and running the program, because there is going to be a lot of maintenance involved in putting this thing together, a lot of work involved in putting it together, and a lot of work involved in maintaining it and keeping it working. So another item that I've been working on is one of the things that I think could be the silver bullet here is to work with Traintown and the owner and come up with a program of alternate parking. And since I have talked to him 2 or 3 times in the last couple of weeks, he does seem to be very, he wants to be part of the solution on this. He wants to be part of the team. He wants to be an active participant. And we've also reached out to Sonoma Valley Unified School District to establish whether or not they can enter into an agreement with Traintown and have basically an overflow parking program where people would, when they go into Traintown, they see the sign, they're directed to overflow parking, and that could be a solution. That's alternative to a permit program. It's not a separate solution. These are going to be worked in conjunction. And what would be great is if the school district could come up with this type of an agreement and we solve the problem and the permit program isn't required. Would we still continue to work on it? Possibly not, but if we get it to the finish line and we need it, we would always be able to go back and use it. And with that, I offer you some. Go ahead and
Sage advice.
feel your give me your suggestions.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
Mike, I have 3 questions. First of all, why did you stop at Bragg Street rather than going all the way down to Friar Creek? That's only the first short block.
Yeah, the putting 45-minute parking signs. The first block doesn't have very many residents on it, and we can't. Outreach has to occur before we put those signs in front of anybody's house.
That was my second question. Are the residents happy with 45-minute parking?
This is why the outreach needs to occur before those signs go up.
Now I got to think of my third question.
Third question is, what is my third question? Sorry. It's late. These are the jokes.
Can I ask your third question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Who's going to enforce the 45?
That was my third question.
There you go.
Oh, that's great.
Well, and this is a great question. And when I was digging through previous council meetings, trying to get a little bit of history of this, that was discussed. Right. And there wasn't a clear-cut solution. And law enforcement isn't capable, as far as I'm concerned, with current staffing, to guarantee that they're going to be able to enforce either a permit parking program, which is going to have an enforcement aspect, or a 45-minute program.
Yeah, and that's always been the rub about this. I'm at traffic safety committee, previous councils, generally people like the concept and idea, but how do we enforce it? And obviously we have hourly parking around the plaza. We have some enforcement in the golf cart there. But that's about it. I mean, and we don't even do, in my view, a great job enforcing our hourly parking on the plaza. And so, I mean, we try our best, but,
What?
So.
So go ahead.
Yeah.
No, go on.
Go.
So
Just to elaborate a little bit more on Councilmember Barnett, Vice Mayor Barnett's question. Attached to the May 4th agenda item was a previous agenda item from June 17th, 2021, in a council meeting or two ago. And basically, under parking permits, it says the city would need to issue permits, administer the program as described. Deputy Scarrett at the April 15th Traffic Safety Committee meeting, the city police department is not staffed for parking enforcement. The police department recommends education over enforcement, as well as a wait-and-see approach, et cetera, et cetera. And it wasn't identified, and there's going to be an enforcement component of both aspects of this, whether it's a parking permit program or a 45-minute program. And one of the consensus items amongst departments, and this situation has been in the hopper for a long time. It's spun around quite a few times. A lot of different people have gotten their say in it. Talking with people that have worked on this in the past, a 45-minute parking sign can work. It does work. It has worked in other municipalities. And this was considered to be a test to put it out there and see if it worked, because it has worked in the past. Is it guaranteed it's going to work? No. Is it guaranteed that people aren't going to learn, oh, well, the sheriff isn't going to write tickets, so therefore I can park there if I want and not get a ticket? Not necessarily. And I mean, unfortunately, it could be the same thing with a permit parking program. That if people figure out that it's not going to be enforced, they would just park there and roll the dice.
But especially if we're trying to reduce overflow parking from Traintown, conceivably from people that might only be visiting it, once every couple of years or from out of town, conceivably we might cut down on a lot of parking in that neighborhood with even an unenforced program, just with signage. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Yeah, and that could be through a permit program or a 45-minute.
I'm gobsmacked or something with 45 minutes. I got I got two kids. We came from Oakland. We're going to Train Town, and I'm going to stay 45 minutes?
That's the point.
That's the whole point.
You're not gonna stay
Yeah.
there.
Right.
You're gonna see the sign up.
You're gonna stay longer.
Oh, okay.
And so
Well,
you
but
won't park
then
there.
I'd think, how much is the ticket? And I'd be willing to pay for the ticket. I'm sorry, but that's what we did in the city. So, okay, I get it. I get it. It's just,
It's hard.
you know, I mean, I will tell you, one of my worst moments was watching a pregnant woman, very pregnant, crossing that street with a toddler before they changed it, and she is entering the ditch. So I know that they said that's been corrected. We've gotten some letters regarding that. I apologized for not being so up to date. But I'm sorry, Eileen, they call her VIP. Doesn't she do the best ticketing job ever?
Oh, in the golf cart? Yeah.
Yeah, she scares me.
She does it. She does a great job around that.
Yeah,
yes.
I know. So why can't we send her down there? She could mark off 50 cars.
It's a way. I mean, in a golf cart, it's kind of a ways to, because you have to go around, mark
They could use the bike lanes.
Well, you could.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, it's a, that time, and Mike has explained this to me.
You're dizzy with power right now.
But the timing of going around marking tires, by the time you've marked tires, you have to pretty much come right back.
No, and what's gonna happen is a resident's gonna get the ticket. So, because people are working from home. And, you know, and a lot of people do the following things. They use their garage for other than parking their car in it, okay? And they park their car on the street. And that's what happens. And I'm gonna tell you just a little personal story about getting a ticket. I got a ticket in front of my house on Whitebriar Drive in Sonoma, California. In front of my house. It was not because my neighbor, I always park my car in the garage. Unlike most of my neighbors, I park my car in the garage. But they were doing some work in there, so I parked my car on the street. Well, my next door neighbor had never seen my car because I come in, whatever. She called. They came down and they ticketed my car and almost towed it away because it had been there for 3 days. So I went up to Santa Rosa. I did everything, you know. I sat on the Group W bench and the whole 9 yards, and they did not excuse my ticket. I said, I live here. I'm in, you know, whatever. But there's nothing worse than getting a ticket parked in front of the house that you've lived in for 30 years in Sonoma, California. And it was not fun. And so I'm very sensitive to the fact that somebody on these streets is going to get a ticket, if anybody's going to get a ticket. And that's not our goal here. If we're trying to scare people away by 45-minute signs, you know, I mean, I'm not scared of a 45-minute sign. I don't think anyone else is either. We could even put up fake cameras, and we could do that too. But that's not going to work. What needs to happen is, as you suggested, we have to give them an alternate place to park. I really urge the school district to please work with us on this. This is about the safety of kids. I'm very sensitive to the issue you raised, Madeline. You're right. No kid should be crossing Broadway. I see them running across there. It scares the hell out of me. Shouldn't happen. And the people on the other street, it just should have one sign that says permit parking only. You know, violators will be towed. That'll maybe scare them a little bit more. And give people a sticker on their car that says, you know, Clay Street or whatever it says. I mean, San Francisco people have permit parking all over the place. You know, I'm not saying we're like San Francisco, but people are used to that. I mean, it's not an uncommon kind of program. I just don't think the 45 minutes is going to work. And it's not going to detour, and as I said, if just one person has to go through what I did, getting a ticket in front of their own house, there's not, you know, nothing will make you madder than that. So, I mean, I appreciate all the, you know, everything that you're trying to do, and I want to thank you, by the way, for not just on this project, actually going out and talking to the residents. It's just been, it's absolutely wonderful, and that's, you know, no matter what we do, it's going to be better for you having done that. It will be 100% better. But I just don't think that this will work, and I don't think anyone's going to enforce it. And you know, and the one time it gets enforced, it's going to be someone like me, and I'm going to be pissed. So,
You know, it's what's interesting, if you don't mind, the lodge, I think, has worked very hard to take a lot of that onus off of them. If you wanted to have a group meeting, I can't speak for the manager. He's a wonderful guy. Maybe they would, just to get this to stop, maybe he would provide one of his meeting rooms for people to meet. And that might be an idea. And you get free tacos on certain days. So, you know, you might plan at the same time. But I think, we could try something. I would make the call. I mean, I don't know him really well, but he was so great to work with. He tried everything with the loading dock, insisting his employees don't park, all of those things. I think he went beyond what was really required of him, but I'm sure he would want to cooperate with you on that if you're looking for some place for the neighborhood to come. If they're
No, that's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah.
When this issue came before the Traffic Safety Committee last year, and I don't know if that's one of the meetings you watched, they provided a lot of different recommendations, one of which I think was actually closing, I guess, Clay Street at Bragg, or like blocking it off. With the idea, I think the neighbors liked that idea. I don't know if they still do, but basically you would, you wouldn't be able to go through Clay Street. It would basically end at Bragg. I don't know what kind of barrier would be there, but is that any?
Thanks.
Is that maybe? Yeah, is that something that has been discussed, or is it even possible, or pros, cons, etc.? Yeah.
Just to rewind a little bit,
Yes. Yeah.
David
Yeah.
Storr, Planning Community Services Director, for those that are watching. So I did listen to I actually was there at the webinar or the Zoom or whatever it was, and re-listened to it just recently before we did the staff report, before Mike came on board. The recommendation that evening was to do one very specific thing. That was to recommend to your council a permit program that extended from Broadway to Friar Creek on Clay on the north and south side, and also to extend through Bragg and Cooper. So that's what you were presented with. So they did not say within that motion to cut off the street, do a roundabout, or any other kind of street improvement. It was specifically a residential permit program for that.
But so maybe they didn't make that recommendation, but that has been discussed at some point.
It was
right?
prior to, yes, but the last meeting that we had,
Yeah.
I think it was June 17th, if I remember
Was that
correctly.
sort of deemed infeasible by?
Again, this would have been several months before the June meeting, if I remember correctly. It was April, I think, but that was not a part of the motion that was presented. And if I can just mention a little bit about the reason for the system that was been recommended on the south side of Clay from Broadway to Bragg. A good half of it is already a service area. It's been yellow painted, if I remember correctly, from the service area of the lodge to Broadway. From the service area to Bragg on the south side of Clay, employees and members of the public are parking there, have parked there. When I spoke to Mr. Frank, and Mike can attest this to perhaps in our conversations, he has told me that he will immediately have his employees no longer park on Clay Street. And that's something I can follow through, or Mike can follow through with Mr. Frank about that very point, because that will help provide some additional relief. But the recommendation was to put something in place immediately so that there can be some respite, if you will, or some capacity created, not necessarily for the Saha residents, because the Saha residents that are parking on the north side of Clay from Broadway to Bragg they're not parking on the interior where there are parking spaces for them to do that. It's a convenience thing. Trust me on that one. I've been there. I've done the counts. And so the question, I think what Mike is saying is, let's get that done as an interim step, in addition to working with the school district, because that may come to a dead end, in addition to knocking on doors on Clay Street from Bragg to Friar Creek on both sides to see, because if the visitors to Traintown figure out that they don't want to try the 45-minute deal, as a matter of cat and mouse, do we then go and penetrate further west on Clay where there are no signs? And then the question is, does that interim step that Mike was talking about work? If it works, great, we're done. If it doesn't work and they do migrate to the other location along Clay from Bragg to Friar Creek, then do we paint the curbs? Do we put more signs? Is that the next step? And then do we also penetrate Bragg and then around to Cooper? And that was basically the discussion. So thank you.
The mayor?
Yes.
To Mr. Storr, whomever. So let's just run this out. Okay, let's say we put these 45-minute frightening signs up there, and they what do we think normal behavior is? Well, personally, I think people just say, there's nowhere else to park, I'm going to risk it. I came to Sonoma and whatever. But if they decide to go somewhere, where are they going to go? I mean, so they keep moving until they find a place that doesn't have a sign, like you said, and then we keep moving it down.
Further into the
We just, and pretty soon, there's signs on my street,
Yeah.
I just don't know, like, how far, the problem is we gotta find a place for these people to park, because we all love Traintown, right? So, and we want people to go there. So, we've gotta really appeal to the school district. Are we looking at any other possible places for them to park? Because they're gonna go somewhere, and we gotta figure it out.
Thank you for reminding me here. One piece that I hadn't mentioned, and I apologize to Mike, 'cause I haven't mentioned that either, but he's probably seen it. People, once they populate Clay, before they decide to not go to Friar Creek, they're parking on Broadway adjacent to the ditch. And I have camcorder and pictures of it all day long. So I was there in October, the first weekend of October last year, and we're not even talking about a summertime period, where obviously the employees from Traintown were parking on the south side of Clay. And the residents of Saha were parking in front of there on the north side of Clay. And 2 hours into the parking, at 11 o'clock, they were up and down that east side of Broadway, all the way from Freedman's up to where now the crosswalk is. And so, if nothing else, that's a problem we need to try to resolve,
Right.
Irrespective of what we do down Clay.
Is that just rogue parking? I mean, are you allowed to park there?
It's just parking, parallel parking on that side of the street.
Yeah.
And that's a Caltrans issue. That's not.
It's a Sonoma issue, yeah.
Okay.
I mean.
Well, I just wasn't sure.
Yeah, we are, at that point, I think we're Caltrans.
Yeah, I'm worried that they're then gonna go across the street and park in Freedman's. Then Freedman's gonna be mad at us, and I don't blame them. So the long-range goal here is to find some alternative parking. And I think that whatever, interim steps we can to protect the neighborhood, so residents don't get ticketed and so it actually works. I mean, I still think a permit program is probably the most effective way. But I think the long-range plan is we have to figure out where people can park so that it's safe. And I think it has to be on the same side of the street as Traintown, because crossing Broadway is just not a safe thing for kids. There's just nowhere for them, and they're not going to walk all the way down to Broadway Market and go across there. They're just not going to do it.
So, Mr. Berger, I ask Mr. Storr probably every time, and his answer is always no. The aerial shot of Traintown, is there any parking available? Is there any space available? You always say no. I think when I ask you for the 10th time, you should say, possibly there might be. But it's still no, isn't it?
No, it's all Fort. That's like little town.
Yeah, it's a town.
Yeah.
I know.
And the thing is, unlike the plaza where I think people, we talked about the shuttle, a lot of the people that come to Traintown are not necessarily, they're people that come in from all over, including within Sonoma. I mean, I take my, kids and grandkids to Traintown. So it's not the same thing like we can shuttle them there because they're just coming from home and, my friends in Napa come over and bring their kids and that sort of thing. So we need to find a place for people to park. And maybe if there was a place further down, there could be a shuttle from somewhere, but I don't know. We got to solve that problem.
Mr. Berger, have you in contact with the police chief? Because he has some of the ability of a volunteer parking officer or something like that.
No, I have not.
Okay.
Yeah, and I could look into that.
Yes, because
And it has been on my list to contact him.
Okay.
It's just a time thing.
Yes.
I am going to contact him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, more comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. It
Yeah.
seems as if, thank you,
Yes.
Sandra. That's what's so wonderful. New council members, you come up with like something pulled out of the stars about the shuttle and the school next door. But, oh, Sandra, you've worked with the school district, so.
Yeah.
And I think this is about kids, and
Yeah.
I'm just really hopeful that everybody has rules. I mean, my goodness, we heard enough of them tonight. I didn't know there's so many rules, but everyone has rules, everyone has insurance, everyone has liability, but at the end of the day, we've got a treasure in Sonoma called Traintown where everybody wants to go there, and we need more parking. And Adele Harrison Middle School is right there, and I know Adele Harrison. I remember Adele very well. She would be thrilled if she knew that people were parking at her school to go to Traintown. I'm quite convinced of that.
Great. So if we don't have any more question, maybe I will open the public, see if any good idea from our neighborhood residents. Yeah, let me open to public. Yeah, please come over. Yeah, bring with your good idea. Yes.
Wishful thinking. Gail Miller, 162 Clay Street. When we bought the house on Clay Street, we were asked to sign as part of our millions of papers for moving in there or buying it, that we knew that Traintown was there and that we would hear a train whistle every day. And I thought, that's lovely, that's wonderful. But now it's turned into just a disaster waiting to happen because people are looking for parking and their kids are excited in the car and they're changing diapers and leaving diapers and if somebody's going to get hurt and you keep referring to it as crossing Broadway, that's crossing Highway 12. And, I don't know what it's going to take. You're right about they park along Highway 12 there. The 45-minute is a good idea, but if you're just doing it from Highway 12 to Bragg Street, it's not going to make any difference at all because I live much farther down and I need some relief. But permit parking isn't exactly the answer either because if I wanted to have friends over for lunch or something, would I have to get special permits from the city? What would I do from the police department? When you say the problem was kind of solved, I'm not sure what that means. I think it was shelved a year ago, and we're back. Lynn Watts, is on this, but it's just really becoming a huge, and it has been a huge issue for a very long time. And we really need some relief, and I'm excited if the school district will go for it. I think that's a perfect solution. I'm not sure. I think we're spinning our wheels in terms of the permit parking. I want the school district to come up, or Traintown to come up with a solution. They're not paying. I'm paying my taxes to have parking in front of my house, right? They're not paying any taxes there to this city. They're paying taxes, and I don't know where they get their water. Is it city water? I'm giving it away to them. Is it sewer? I guess that's probably county, but they're not paying any taxes, and I feel like it's really unfair to those of us who do pay taxes on that street and in that neighborhood. Thank you very much for listening again.
Thank you.
Okay, it's my turn to speak. My name is Robert Frank. This month, 45 years ago, my father passed away, and I've been navigating this vessel ever since. Sorry for I'm not being rude. I just wanted to hear everybody speak first so I can correct these scale and disproportional imbalances of which you speak.
Excuse me.
No, yeah.
You speak to us. You
Okay,
don't speak to
okay,
the public.
okay. Our numbers have remained constant for well over 20 years. The demographic reality is that family units are getting smaller. And our numbers have remained constant the entire time. It's the mistakes of this city who have allowed the bicycle rental agency, and just ask them, call them on an impromptu basis and ask, when I rent your bicycles, where should I park? And you know what they'll tell you? Because we did that simulation today. They will tell you to park on the street. So if they rent out 60 bicycles that day, and the average automobile has, say, 1.5 renters, that would suggest 40 cars for 60 bicycles. And when they rent a bicycle, they're not there for 45 minutes or maybe an hour and 45 minutes, as in our case. They're out all day long. You can leverage your neighborhood parking there by having the bicycle people because they, after all, before we issue you this machine, please park at Adele Harrison, because they have that contact, that face-to-face contact before they're issued the bicycle. And that, our parking lot is 88 cars. If they're accountable for, and so anyway, if our, let's just do the simple math here. If our average visit is an hour and 45 minutes, that means that we're recycling our parking lot 3 times a day. Well, gosh darn, what the bicycle agency does alone would represent half of our parking. Think about that scale and proportion. Are we clear on the simple arithmetic here? And how long ago was the bicycle shop allowed to go in business? Was that 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago? Oh, got 28 seconds here. But it's really gotten, and here's another thing about that so-called affordable housing project across the street. You have friends of friends, you have people that aren't authorized to live there, that live there, and they also exacerbate the parking in the neighborhood. I even made the suggestion, in fact, my neighbors would say, aren't you opposed to that development? I said, I'm not opposed to it. What I'm opposed to is its horrific cost of construction per square foot, which I think was $600. You call that affordable? I said, and all the neighbors say, yeah, but the parking. Well, then I'll tell you what, rent to the blind. And that way you...
Excuse me, Mr. Frank.
Yes, sir.
Your time is over.
Over. Thank you.
Thank you. And also here, I will remind everybody to the public, we practice the good in the democracy. We respect each other. And I respect the council members and the public audience, and also the public and the members, hopefully respect each other. We should do that. And then that is the way we practice democracy. Any more on the public comment? No. Yeah. Because you already got 3 minutes. Yeah.
So, Mr.
Yeah, you
Berger,
can-
you've heard what Mr. Frank
Okay.
Yeah, I'm.
All right, if you have any new, yes.
So,
tell me.
Mr. Berger, I've heard what you have said. So, Mr. Frank is here. He is actually the person, that we know.
Direct person.
Yes, direct person that we'll be working with in some manner. So it would be great if you felt that you had a solution. You mentioned bikes. I don't even know where these bikes come from or where they park. So maybe you might be able to help Mr. Berger and Mr. Storer. I think you've spoken with him. So possibly you can share some thoughts regarding this.
Well, there's other ways to skin the cat, and that is we can choke demand by raising price. And then I can blame the city for it, So instead of the price structure that we have for the public, God, I'm just amazed. My daughter's telling me that a mixed cocktail in some of these restaurants around here is $35. Are you kidding me? A mixed cocktail for $35? My point being is that, my family was such that we want to keep it, proletariat, so that everybody can afford it. We never wanted to charge Fisherman's Wharf style pricing. If we did that, we could probably, what would it be, 1995 or whatever it might be? We don't want to do that. But first things first, it's not just train. We've been there 62 years. Open to the public for 54. Why are we asking to bear the brunt for all these mistakes relative to the bicycle rental agency, the so-called affordable housing project across the street? When you have unauthorized, do you ever address the management of that complex across the street about who these friends are and friends of friends? Nobody's talked about that here. I was taking notes. There's cavities here, not only from the standpoint of scale and proportion, but simply it's so obvious it's unobvious. Who are all these people parking, from across the street? And not one person here has mentioned anything about the bicycle agency. But I'll tell you,
So I'm sorry,
when they
Mr. Mayor, what
those
are you
streams
saying about
when they
bicycles?
leave,
Where do
and
the bicycles come from and where are they parking?
they tell them
You
to
just-
park out on the street. And if you don't believe me, call there on an impromptu basis and go through that simulation yourself. I want to rent a bicycle from you. Where am I supposed to park? And they will tell you on the street.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So just directly north of you by Jacobs, there's a bike, Snow Adventures. And so they
I would
rent
hope
the bike
you'd know
there.
that.
No,
would
well, I
hope you-
do.
Because it's
I do.
always, it's just
I live
ad
here.
nauseum
So-
how you repeat this. Train town, train town, train town. It's just repeated as ad nauseum.
So what you're saying is that bike agency next door to you, they rent bikes there, they go around the vineyards, but they park there all day.
Yes, and they're told to
Interesting.
park out on the street.
That's an interesting point. Okay, yeah.
Well, that's why I'm here.
How many usually you see, roughly, the 20, 30, or 40?
Yeah, it would be several dozen, sure.
Okay, several dozen. Yeah, one time I saw that. Yeah.
So anyway, I'm just when you see them in convoy fashion, it's like a little freight train. I mean, it's just never ending. But anyway, I just wanted to alert you to that because again, we've been there 62 years. All right, 62.
Yes.
Yeah, and Councilmember Agramonte, in response to your question, we have recently been working with Mr. Frank. We're going to continue to work with Mr. Frank, and he brings up a really good point that it's not potentially just a train town problem. There's other businesses around there contributing to the problem. It could be other things other than that, and we'll continue to work on this and try to put our finger on it and work at it as a big picture problem, not just this is Train Town's problem. Because I agree that there could be more contributors. And we'll look at it holistically and try to come up with a comprehensive solution.
No, I appreciate that.
I'm sorry, that's why I appreciate
Yeah, that
Mr.
is
Frank
appreciate.
coming in.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean.
So that's great, thank you
It's
for
right,
doing it.
and it's, and that's a good, it's a good point. I mean, but the issue is there has to be a place for all these people to park, regardless of whether they're going to have pizza or they're getting a bike or they're visiting their friends or whatever. That and it isn't an exclusive problem. It's a problem in that particular part of town. that I don't think is going to get fixed by the 45-minute signs. I mean, and regardless of what it's caused by. So, you know, now we just have more people, more businesses who should have some skin in the game of helping us solve this problem, it seems to me.
Yes. Yeah. Sure.
Councilman Lowe, thank you for your networking with the school district. And let them know that in our since 1968, 54-year history, we have given on-the-job training to over 1,000 youth. Our crew from the high school currently is about 16 pupils, one of the best crews we've ever had, actually. In fact, they're in the Index Tribune, some of them. But at any rate, when they leave train, I mean, they can go, we are famous for our training camp there. When they go off into the military, they're the first to become corporals and sergeants. When they get into retail, they're among the first to become assistant store managers because we train them all kinds of safety, situational awareness, public relations. You know, our first rule is safety. Our second rule is safety. You talk about safety? Of the 200 amusement parks in our state, we are the only amusement park in this state that has never had an injury due to mechanical or operator malfeasance. Disney Corporation can't say that. I don't want to, jinx ourselves. But we take safety as you do. Agramonte, does that sound for mountain farmer, Agramonte?
Yes.
Agriculture and
Oh, yeah.
mountains.
And Mayor Ding, I'm 10% Chinese, in case you didn't know. All right? Right on.
Really?
Anyway, we have a lot in common here. I went to high school with your stepmother.
Me?
Yeah. Really? Yeah. Robert, I knew some Felders. Felder Road, by any chance?
No.
Oh, okay.
He's so disappointed, right, Bob?
Well, anyway, please mention that to the school district, that our training camp is second to none.
And I think that is a very good idea. That is school. Yeah. Yeah.
So, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Mr.
let's
Berger,
go.
I guess you've heard some information here. You may not, we not. Maybe we're all not aware of. I think you're working as hard as you can to solve a problem that's been around for a long time. And now Mr. Frank has shared, I'm not just the only problem. There are other issues. So, I think that's great that we're informed of that.
Before we finally solve this issue, okay. Go ahead.
To Planning Director Storr, the bicycle rental agency, what is their requirement for parking for that kind of a retail operation?
I'm assuming you're talking about the storage of bicycles in the public right-of-way or
No, I'm
on their
talking
private
about,
property?
Is there any distinction, I mean, if they have multiple customers coming in that require parking, how many parking spaces are they supposed to provide?
Well, there's a whole host of different answers. I mean, do they have a use permit that regulates it one way or the other? If they were on vacant land, what would be the off-street parking requirement today? I don't have the answer. I know that there's, on-street parking. That's probably where it's being alluded to, that they're parking there as opposed to being in an off-site, an off-street parking lot. But we can certainly check into that and get back.
But I mean, is there generally a requirement for a retail business to have only a limited?
Yeah, typically you're anywhere from 1 to 200 to 1 to 300 square feet per parking space for a regulatory standard for retail. That's
Could we at least check into seeing whether they satisfy whatever
we can look
our
into that.
code requires for parking spaces?
Yeah, we can sure do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
It just seems very.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Talking about intermediate, mitigating things to do, as this theme has come up again and again during this session. We're not seeing the afternoon surges that we used to because the price of gas is getting so expensive that we're not getting the inner Bay Arean tourists up here. We have a big hit in the morning as all the check out, as the bed and breakfast and the motels, check their guests check out, so we get a big surge in the morning. And then we used to get a secondary wave in the afternoon when the inner Bay Areans would come up. But the price of gas is just getting out of hand. And it's causing people to take only more necessary and or shorter trips. But, beyond that, as far as the summer is concerned, the business diffuses over the course of the 7 days. So our weekends aren't as, we typically live well within our parking means on the weekends because it's more spread out over the 7 days rather than being consolidated into only 2 days. So anyway, and then we had these big numbers. We had just incredible numbers. And why was that? Well, because of pent-up demand, because of COVID, and that too has diffused, and we're back to more of a normal trade. So they say that one of our biggest weaknesses as human beings is taking the immediate present and projecting it out into the indefinite future. And that's what some of the folks around here are accusing us of. Compounding out of control. I mean, complete nonsense hysteria. I am here to make sure that we understand what the reality is. And we're not, again, taking the immediate present and projecting into this just ridiculous, projection into the future. Thank you.
And I think that's why the value is you being here. So I think that's appreciated.
Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I appreciate your concern about safety. We are 100% coincidental on that. Thank you, Madam Madeline. Thank you.
Mr. Frank, this is not a resolution, but I just think, it's a suggestion. Do you do any in the public relation neighborhood, do you reach out, visit those kind of neighbors? We know you have parking issues, what's going on? Sometimes try to get the little bit of harmony, with the neighborhood, because actually I don't think it's a really, terrible, situation.
Relative to the plaza, I agree with you, Mayor.
Yeah.
Relative to the plaza, yes.
Okay. Yeah. So sometimes people know you, Frank. I receive a lot of the email, a lot of the compliment on you. But I think if the more and more the people in your neighborhood support you, also
I'm doing that as we speak, actually.
Yeah.
As we speak, I'm doing that.
Yeah.
If people knew what we went through to keep that place going, they wouldn't begrudge the 4 or 5 good hours that we have on Saturday, nor the 4 or 5 good hours we have on Sunday. It's not like Disneyland where they're operating 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. They have a 98-hour schedule where they're just pumping all the time. We don't do that. If they understood what we went through, we have one of the best machine shops, probably the best machine shop in the whole valley. I'm hard of hearing. Did you hear me? I was trying to angle my ears because I'm half deaf. It takes a lot of effort to keep that place going. We have 2,000 trees down there. 2,000 trees. I can't have a commission of greeniacs coming down every time we want to cut one. We're professional foresters too. We're not only professional machinists, welders, everything. We're professional foresters. We know what we're doing. I can't have greeniacs coming around telling me, oh, no, you can't prune that. Oh, no, you can't cut that. I know what a dangerous tree is. Anyway.
I have another suggestion. Have you been thinking about those kind of rack? High-rising 10 or the cars and high-rising those kind of rack. And also you can charge them. You can do another second of the business, the charge for the parking.
Well, I think it should be mutual. Again, we're being asked to bear the brunt of all this when we've been there longer than all those other businesses combined, And not only that, our cycle time is relatively short relative to the people that rent bicycles or the people that spend all afternoon at the lodge taking saunas, swimming, sunbathing, drinking $35 cocktails or whatever they do over there. Our cycle time is less. Please appreciate that, Mayor. It's less. All right? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the mayor, Mr. Berger, I think we've heard a lot of different information. I'm actually happy Mr. Frank came. And so we've heard additional information. I don't know if it helps you per se, but I think, I'm keeping my fingers crossed about parking up with the shuttle. And so we'll see how that works. And so I don't know Mr. Mayor, what do you think? I don't think there's any more that we can.
Yeah, because just like the cars still over there. If you cannot find the cross street clean, they want to drive to somewhere else. The same thing. We should find a way. The best way so far, I figure out that is the St. Rose. If God and the good and the
So
connection,
it's up to you,
support,
Councilmember Lowe.
and then the next time, I hope that Mr. Frank, work closely with the council member and with the city staff.
So how does the city manager see us moving forward on this?
I think we're
Mr.
going to
Burke.
continue. We're going to continue in the direction that we're going. We've heard a lot of great input tonight, both from the residents and from the owner, and it's all been great information. We're going to continue to pursue a parking permit program per se, some sort of restrictive parking in the area that'll work, and we're going to continue outreach to the residents. I learned a lot talking to the first one today about the history of this, and we're going to work with not just Draintown, but all the businesses in the area, and finding the staff time to try to identify who the contributors to the problem are, and or just give it a blanket approach and say, hey, we all got to chip in and get this done. What are we going to do? But realistically, I put all my faith in SVUSD coming up with a partner solution, not just one business now, but maybe multiple businesses. That one there, if we park down there, then you have to cross the street to get over. So we have that effect also. But maybe the bike shop could offer a creative solution to that. So we're going to continue to work on it, and I would think we're off in July, right? Yeah. So in August, we would be able to report back to council. Yeah.
It's great. Yeah. Thank you. Have the more questions or that? We don't have any emotion. Yeah. We just right now we just try take the time, listen to more information.
Yeah, no, I think this was very illuminating. I think, I just want to thank Mike for all this your hard work on this. I think we're actually going in the right direction. I don't know if we're there yet, but we're moving forward. And obviously the Traffic Safety Committee reviewed this over a year ago, and it sort of got stalled for a variety of reasons. And so, to the residents of the neighborhood, I would just say we're working on this, and we're not going to forget about it, and we're moving forward. And we're going to work with all businesses in the area. And, Mr. Frank, I just, again, want to thank you for coming. I think we did actually learn a lot. And, visiting Traintown as a child, I'm not done. Visiting Traintown as a child was some of the best memories I've had growing up, and I think Traintown is a very important part, and I would like to continue to work as partners with
the last time they tried to annex us was in 1999. It's probably the same podium, I would suspect.
Yeah.
If they had annexed us in 1999, we would not be in business there today. I can't think of the integrity of you fine folks. I don't know who's going to be your replacements. I don't know how radical they are going to be. I've heard again and again about how we're grandfathered, but you realize we have over 30 permanently connected motors down there, and every time you replace a motor, you have to pull a building permit. In the city, you have to get a building permit to change out your water heater. Well, wait a second. We've got 5 down there. Look at all our recirculation pumps, our fountain pumps, our gear oil pumps, our pneumatic pumps. It goes on and on and on. Hydraulic oil pumps. And some of those are safety related. I can't wait for a building permit in order to change out certain of those pumps and motors because they're safety related. Are we clear on this? And then if I apply for a permit if I apply for a permit, am I going to be subject to review for ADA and seismic and just on and on? Huh?
I'm just
And this-
asking
this
for
is
the Brown
another
Act
topic.
purposes, we need to keep
Yeah.
it on topic, which is.
Oh, yeah. Well, anyway, I'm just
Yeah.
tilling the soil here.
It's fine. Appreciate it. Yeah, we learn more. Yeah, we know you.
Yeah.
We work together. All right. So the no any motion, and we will come back in August. All right. Let's move to agenda 5.1. Right.
6.5.
Oh, 6 point. Yes, I want to follow you. 6.5. Okay. 6.5 discussion, consideration, and a possible action to address existing traffic condition at the intersection of the East Napa Street and the 5th Street East. Yeah, Mr. Berger.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this discussion is, it's as a result of the April 6, 2022 City Council meeting where concerned residents provided input during the public comment period requesting an always stop installation at East Napa Street and 5th. Since this has come to my attention, staff has completed a speed survey to determine the characteristics of the intersection. This intersection has gone through, and this is 5th Street East and Napa Street, East Napa Street. This intersection has gone through traffic calming procedures. And staff has actually in the last few years spent a lot of time working on this intersection and looking at it and trying to come up with mitigated measures to get people to stop speeding. With me tonight is Matt Wargula, and he's our consultant city engineer, traffic engineer, expert, and he put together a PowerPoint presentation. Matt, I got a clicker here. What does he point it to?
All right.
If you want to, just tell me and I'll
click it.
Thank you.
Just back and forth arrow only.
Back and forth arrow.
Good evening, Council. I'm Matt Wargula. I'm here today to talk about the data collection effort that we just recently completed. As I understand, concerned neighbors in this area have brought up issues of, I think mainly of a traffic calming issue in the form of different requests, one being an always stop. So the good thing about an always stop and the evaluation is looking at all the data, looking at the traffic volumes, looking at the speed. So this is the location. It's basically 2 collectors in the city of Sonoma. East Napa Street, as we all know, is a primary east-west route, connects Lavelle Valley Road and other, am I saying that right? Level. In other areas east of the city into downtown. And then we've got 5th Street east, of course. Next slide, please. You can, just advance. So this is just some Google Earth images looking at the west and east and looking at the conditions at the northbound 5th Street east and looking west. There is a little bit of an obstruction. Next slide, please. And on the minor leg, we've got a stop control, and on 5th Street East, it's uncontrolled. We do have a pedestrian crossing that's offset. It's not really a mid-block crossing, but it has curb extensions that were installed, I think, probably within the last 10 to 15 years, probably for traffic calming purposes, but it's 25 feet from the intersection itself. Next slide, please. A little bit of the timeline. This request has come in from the neighborhood, maybe even sooner than April of 2019, but this is just a brief timeline. And we considered the item at the traffic engineering and safety team meetings and the traffic safety committee meetings. We did implement some traffic calming out of those meetings and in the city's citywide slurry seal project. And we'll cover that here in just a second. And then we've now brings us to today where we've just received the request for always stop and we've done some updated traffic data collection. Next slide. So as part of the 2020 citywide slurry seal project, we striped East Napa Street to narrow the lanes down. We installed a radar speed feedback sign. And these were the measures that we wanted to try initially to see if that would bring the speeds down, particularly in the westbound direction. Next slide, please. So the guidance on this, and really this is it's called the California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. California is one of a handful of states that has their own manual. But really the idea is we want to minimize stopping to the extent we can. And in certain situations, particularly when you have volumes of equal traffic volumes on all the legs, that's typically when multi-way stops are required. In some cases, it's really about assigning right away. And so we'll go through the criteria here, but that's really the meat of this. Next slide, please. Next slide. So we collected speed data and volume data. The speed data that we collected in 2022 here is really highlighted in the red. That's the 85th percentile speed. And in both directions, it's actually higher than the posted speed limit, which is 25 miles an hour. You can see in 2019, we had speed data there, and that was before the implementation of the traffic calming. In the westbound direction, the speeds actually dropped 2 miles per hour. Eastbound, oddly, they increased. Next slide, please. So we've got about 6,000 vehicles entering the intersection every day. It operates very well. There's no crash history here at this intersection. Next slide, please.
I'm sorry, where do they enter? They're going west?
They're going east, west, and north into the intersection.
Thank you.
So looking at all the criteria in the METCD, condition A is basically a traffic signal. If a traffic signal is needed, doing an interim all-way stop measure, which isn't applicable in this case. Criteria B is for safety, and so we went back and looked at the safety records, and there's actually no crash history that's included in the SWITR's database, which is the statewide, forget what the acronym means exactly, and I'm a little bit tired. And then we looked at all the volume criteria, and you can see some criteria was met, but you need all the criteria to be met to be able to meet that whole criteria. And the last criteria, D, wasn't satisfied either. So the bottom line is an all-way stop here isn't recommended. Next slide, please. There are optional criteria we can look at if we want to install an all-way stop. There is, as I mentioned earlier, looking westbound, there is a bit of a site obstruction with landscaping, particularly for those left-turning vehicles northbound on 5th Street East, turning onto East Napa Street. However, they after stopping for pedestrians, they can maneuver forward and get a clear line of sight before making the turn, and there is no collision history here.
Can I stop you there?
Yeah.
Can I stop you right there?
Yep.
With this specialist slide? Because this is important. I go through this intersection almost every day, multiple times. If you look at the bulb out with the crosswalk, just east, just west of the intersection. No. West. Yeah, west of the intersection. You say that you can pull out up to the crosswalk after making the initial stop and see if there's traffic coming?
Yes.
I would like to point out to you that if there's a vehicle, a large vehicle parked just beyond that bulb out, east of that bulb out, you cannot see the traffic. And if they're coming at 35 or 40 miles an hour, you have to be way out into the street to be able to see them.
So yeah,
So what I'm suggesting is maybe you can't put stop signs there, but you might consider red curb beyond the bulb out, just to prevent a large vehicle from ruining the line of sight.
Right.
Yeah, that red curb could be suggested there if that is an issue.
And in addition, Bob, we live you live on 5th Street East, but when you turn left, everybody going west thinks you're a total idiot because you're way into the intersection to be able to get into the flow of traffic.
So it's, you possibly have correct line of sight or sufficient line of sight if there's not a vehicle parked there. But as soon as you park a vehicle there, you cannot see a vehicle approaching from 4th Street.
Yeah, so I think with some outreach, red curb there definitely is something that could be implemented.
Okay. Thank you.
Next slide. So in conclusion, the METC multi-way stop warrant isn't met. However, the speeds are still high, particularly in the westbound direction, 35 miles per hour versus the posted 25. So what we're essentially recommending is that we look at traffic calming options in addition to what we've already implemented, and then have that vetted through the Traffic Engineering and Safety Committee. That
Other traffic calming measures are you thinking of?
We'll have to vet through some, but initially we've been tossing around the idea of a raised crosswalk at that the curb extensions there. It wouldn't have to be a real significant, 3-inch rise, but that would effectively calm traffic without, yeah, essentially, it's a speed bump, but it'll
like
actually,
a table, like a
it's
speed table?
a speed table, yeah.
Mhm.
But at the crosswalk, so they'd be able to cross on it.
Yeah.
Increase visibility for peds there. One of the challenges of that location is just having that crosswalk offset from the intersection. If you were to do anything with the intersection, you'd have to move that crosswalk back to the intersection. So that's definitely one of the challenges. And there's
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a
Yes,
question?
please.
So travel models, we're so small, we probably don't, it's like people laugh at this, possibly, not you, Mr. Berger, or you, sir, but I mean, we're so small, it's like, but how many cars did you say, maybe 2,000, is that what you're saying, go by there?
Yeah, there's 2,000 east and westbound, and about 1,000. Well, actually, almost 3,000 eastbound, westbound, and about 1,000 northbound coming into the intersection.
Yeah, because we're so small, this doesn't seem to be a big deal, but it's a big deal for us. And it's just hard getting out of there. And I notice I have my own personal travel model. It's very busy. I don't know where everybody's coming from. Napa, I don't know where everyone's coming from. Maybe there's something going on 8th Street or something up, further east. But there's a lot of traffic. I've been here since '03. You've been here longer. But there's a difference in the traffic, and it's very fast.
I'd have to go back and look at the 2019 data, but I think the 2019 data compares with the 2022. So definitely there was a dip during COVID, but I think it's definitely back to where it was before, if not higher.
It's ways directing people on Napa Street instead of having them go down Napa Road and up Broadway, Highway 12. And, that's, people are being directed into city streets by, directional apps that normally you wouldn't go down that way. So luckily, they get my street wrong all the time, so it's good. They don't direct anyone down my street.
So the ward analysis does not recommend a 4-way, an all-way stop sign?
Yes, that's correct.
The manual?
Yep.
Do we still have the right to overrule that and ask for one anyway?
Yeah, you do. I mean, there can be judgment calls.
Like a local council has the right to, if we
there's
feel we want a
nothing-
stop sign there, we do have that right despite what the state manual says.
I would suspect many of the all-way stops in town were installed just for that exact reason.
Okay.
They probably didn't meet the criteria, but, I don't really know those locations.
Right.
myself.
Second and Patton.
Thank you. Right, there, you're
Right here.
the Agramonte stop sign, yeah.
Oh, my God. And, but I don't think, it doesn't seem the problem is 5th Street East. It seems like the West East. And I guess, is there a standard for stop signs? Like there's one is, at 7th or 8th? I don't know where the stop sign is on the east side.
Well, there is no, yeah, no, there's not. You're right.
After 4th Street.
Yep.
I would just want to add, I mean, when the reason the METC is written the way it is, it's a nationwide standard. It's based on research. It's based on driver behavior. When we install devices that aren't warranted, people tend to disrespect them. They don't stop. They drive through. They get frustrated. The stop signs in particular are not. They're really for signing right away. They're not for speed control. In fact, studies do show sometimes that speeds increase mid-block after somebody's forced to stop at a stop sign that they shouldn't really have to stop. So.
Well, that's interesting you should say, because not our chief now, but a former chief years ago basically said people don't even stop at stop signs. So that was a challenge for Second Street and Patton. And people are at, because, you know, it's like a roadway there, because I won't mention who goes. Construction people, young moms from the school are flying.
I think there's a difference between like people who don't stop at stop signs, doing California stop as we call it, and people who, in my neighborhood, which is 5th Street West and Andrex, where they literally run the stop sign because they don't know it's there. And my neighbor's been hit twice on 5th Street West and Andrex Street. And I mean, I cross it because I walk into town, and you know, people are blowing through that stop sign. So I'm not saying the stop sign shouldn't be there or that there should be a signal, but, and I know we're not talking about 5th Street West, we're talking about 5th Street East, but I have to throw a little love to my neighborhood because it's very, 5th Street West is a very dangerous street. And so I hope that when we're looking at traffic calming and slowing in the city, that we also look at 5th Street West, because there's a lot of people who walk on that street. There's the mobile home parks, there's a school, there's seniors, there's businesses. People walk on that street, and it's very scary.
What is the nearest speed limit to the sign?
I believe a couple hundred feet west or east of the, I don't know about west, but east, I think it's a couple hundred feet. There's a radar speed feedback sign.
That it showing the 25?
Yep, it shows 25. If you go faster than that, it indicates that you're going too fast. Yeah.
Well, my husband says I'm going to be killed one of these days going 25 miles, which is the law. People are right on the tail of my car, and I pull over to the curb and do this. And my husband said someday somebody's going to kill me. So I want to tell everyone that's how I'll go out.
I have a silly question. If you have the resolution, you have the way to solve the issue, what is your suggestion to solve this kind of issue?
Well, I think it's working with the neighborhood, coming up with solutions that we can come up with a way to reduce that 85th percentile speed downward a little bit more, because truthfully, 35, that means 85% of the people are going 35, which is, you know, too fast.
The red curb, Bob, is a great idea.
Well, I think a combination of red curb and a little bit of a speed bump at the crosswalk would do wonders to help the dangerous situation there. I mean, it both would reduce the speed heading eastbound, and it would also give you a better line of sight for people trying to get onto Napa Street.
Yeah, and we have to work with emergency services and.
Well, and those things don't cause emergency services to have to make a stop there.
Yep. Agreed.
Yes, and also enforcement, I think, maybe we can contact with the police chief, because already they violated, maybe sending the people go over there, and then neighborhood is, wow, that is the cop over there, be careful. And then maybe it works. And sometimes when I see people not fully stop over there, so, yeah. And then
What's our solution?
I don't think we have any solutions. I just ask the gentleman, Yes, yeah, public comment.
Thank you. It's been a long night for all of us. I appreciate
Yes.
you still being here, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you. I'm Peter Fitzgerald. I live at the intersection of Fifth Street and East Napa. And I spoke to you earlier. My dog was struck and killed at that intersection. So I would just take issue with the presentation or representation that there have been no collisions at that intersection. My dog has been killed. My neighbor's dog has been struck and wounded. And prior to that, 2 dogs that own the house that my neighbor now lives in were struck, causing that neighbor to actually move. In addition, a utility pole has been struck in that intersection. And in the city's own 2019 citywide traffic study, there was an accident at that intersection in that study. And there was another accident just about a block and a half in off of Napa Street on Fifth Street. So there have been accidents there at that intersection. I do have some prepared comments that I'd like to make, and I've got copies of those that I can give you, so no need to take notes. The requests to slow traffic at this intersection go back over 3 years, and there has been no action in that time. As a result, cars today continue to speed up and down our residential street, treating it more like a freeway than a residential road. This speeding is facilitated by a lack of any stop signs after 4th Street heading east and 8th Street heading west. It's dangerous to drivers, pedestrians, children, and pets, and a solution is long overdue. I do appreciate the recent action by the city to assess the traffic and the opportunity to meet with Mike Berger and voice our concerns. It's nice to see that happening. I have reviewed that study, and I do have some comments on its design. The standard applied to determine whether or not we just need a stop sign at that intersection is a standard that is developed, as was referenced, for connector roads. So both Napa Street and Fifth are considered to be connector roads. According to the U.S. Department of Transportation, the average speed limit on a connector road is 40 miles an hour, and the range is 35 to 50. So why are we using a standard developed for a kind of road where the speed limit is much higher than the 25 mile an hour speed limit that we have on both East Napa and Fifth? I would say that alone is grounds for the city to exercise its discretion rather than follow by rote the standards that have been presented in the study. If you, yes,
you couldn't spend a little bit more time. Yeah.
I can take a little more time.
Yeah, a longer time.
Okay, I wasn't even noticing, so yeah, I can't talk any faster. If the standard that was used in this study were applied, and I think you council members brought this up, if they were applied to the entire neighborhood, there would be no 4-way stop signs in our part of the city. And as you mentioned, there are quite a few. There are 4-way stop signs at 2nd Street East in Patton, 4th Street East in Patton, 5th Street East in Patton, 1st Street East in France, 5th Street East in Denmark, 5th Street East in MacArthur, 1st Street East in Napa, 2nd Street East in Napa, and 4th Street East in Napa. None of those streets would meet the criteria presented in this traffic study for a 4-way stop sign. And yet we have those signs because they're residential neighborhoods and they do slow traffic and they do make the neighborhood safer. I'll just note too, the prior 2019 study that the city did erroneously stated that at the time in 2019 there was a 3-way stop sign governing traffic speed at that intersection. That was not the case then, and it is certainly not the case now. So I am obviously not a traffic engineer. I'm just a resident who lives there. I've lived there for 2.5 years, and in that time I have been, with the exception of when nobody was driving during COVID, consistently alarmed by the volume and speed of traffic that I've seen there. It's an intersection in a residential neighborhood. There are no commercial businesses. There are no industries on that road. It's a residential road. Can you imagine, as this traffic study stated, living on a residential street in a small town where 811 vehicles go by every day at a speed of 31 to 57 miles an hour? That's the average. That is our experience at that intersection. And to make matters worse, many of these vehicles are large trucks, large vehicles. They are noisy and they are going fast, and they are extremely dangerous to other cars as well. Officially, these large trucks are not allowed on that street, but there is no effective enforcement deterrent, so they continue to go up and down that street, and I think they do it in part because they know there are no stop signs and there's nothing impeding their speed. The volume and speed of traffic on East Napa is not consistent with the residential safety needs of the intersection. Something needs to be done, and I would hope tonight that even if the specific solution that is required is not specified here tonight, that at least the option of taking no action is taken off the table. We need expeditious and effective action to slow the traffic at that intersection. Thank you very much for listening to me and for the extra time.
Thank you, Peter.
I'm Greg Brennan. Peter and I are neighbors across the street from each other. Our driveway is part of the intersection, and there are two houses behind me. I initiated the traffic request and was submitted officially in 2019. And let me just take a moment to say thank you to Director Berger for taking the time to set up a meeting with us on site and bring out a Sonoma police representative to do that. It's the first time in my effort to try to get some traffic calming in our neighborhood where a city official has gone to that trouble to do that. I feel heard for the first time, and I'm deeply appreciative. So whoever made the hiring decision, good job. Let's hope we can keep him. Let's hope we can keep him. And I'm going to indulge me too for just a moment, Mayor, because this has been a long, more than 6 years. In that, I believe to Peter's point, we did have an accident. It may not have been in that time window specifically. A car full of 5 Sonoma Valley High School boys, young men, were T-boned by a woman who was driving eastbound on Napa Street. Their car wound up in our driveway, and that sort of became the straw that broke my own camel back relative to this. There are multiple issues, but from an overarching council perspective, traffic calming throughout Sonoma has got to be as much a priority as building affordable housing or building housing at all. Because with the increase in housing comes, as Councilmember Agamani's noted, increased traffic. And Mayor Ding, with all due respect, I found out yesterday, the staffing level for the Sonoma Police Department, we're 2 less today than we were when we contracted with the Sheriff's Department. There are only 2 Sonoma policemen who are officially capable of using LIDAR and radar to enforce traffic throughout the city of Sonoma. So if one officer is on vacation or is hurt, and someone else has to go to court to fight a citation that he wrote in Santa Rosa, we have nobody to enforce traffic. To the stop sign issue that our expert has pointed out, another neighbor, Richard Maybe, anecdotally provided yesterday, the stop sign at 4th Street is merely a suggestion for people. And the policeman who came to our meeting yesterday said he gets writer's cramp sitting there giving tickets to people who run the stop sign. And ironically, often the ticket turns from just a running the stop to a speeding ticket because that guy's now accelerating out of town. So those are just some anecdotal issues. I think we agree collectively in our neighborhood that we want traffic calmed. We may disagree on the stop sign as the implementation for that. I'd like to go very slow on that because I lived in another neighborhood where we put in a stop sign. We put in a stop sign, and it was exactly that. People who follow the rules and stop and then proceed were troubled by people who didn't, who ran the stop sign. So we need to be careful about just approving that stop sign without trying some of the other tools that we've got available to us. The table is one. I've encouraged and talked to Mike about a second bulb out on the east side of that street as well. There are
potential use of stanchions that we can create a quasi roundabout there. The signage for those tables is going to slow traffic as well. Bear with me for a sec. I'm sorry. Oh, the other thing is tweaking that limit line on Fifth Street. So the crosswalk that you nose into before you make that left turn, if we just remove that crosswalk, because now we've got two crosswalks to be able the pedestrians can go around there, that gives you the limit line further out immediately. So now you're already moving out, and we put a red curb there. That makes that visual sight that much better. That's all my long-winded point here is we have some valuable traffic calming devices that we can deploy first that aren't necessarily very expensive. I'd also like the city to consider roundabouts at Patton and Fifth Street and Armstrong and East Napa Street as a way to calm that. Lastly, it's really critical that the city creates an ordinance that prohibits commercial vehicle traffic and buses from our neighborhood. The city police department says they can't enforce the code because it's too broad. I've spoken at length with Bob Smith, the code enforcement lawyer. Bob said he did what he could and forwarded it on to city staff for a new ordinance. That never happened. But we need to prohibit commercial vehicles. The power pole that got knocked over was a truck. We also ripped a branch, the truck ripped a branch off of a magnolia tree on East Napa Street. I provided Mr. Berger with a variety of videos that just me being there, driving down the street, where we have 18-wheel trucks who are trying to make a right turn on 4th Street and driving over curbs, who are driving over the yellow line as they're going into the plaza.
So, I'm sorry, Mr. Berger, I saw you all there. I was gonna roll down my window when you were all talking, but I thought, no, I don't need to divert your attention. So I think you've heard what this gentleman has said. I know you probably may have heard this earlier. So as he said, he really appreciated your being there. So I think that we can
Thank you.
probably move on from that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Mr. Frank.
The traffic engineer
Good idea.
was talking about there not being businesses up and down Napa Street. If you go further east, you have Buena Vista. You have these other wineries. You know, there's a correlation between, inebriation and not being familiar with the roads, especially when the tourists are so anxious to get to their winery destination. I'm just wondering if any of the, like hitting a dog, for example, was this person under the influence? Who knows? And one of the things I tell the kids, 50 miles an hour is 75 feet per second, 40 miles an hour is 60 feet per second, 30 miles, it's just half again, whatever.
That's right.
That translates to this feet per second. And anyway, I think to tell that the kids, and we don't allow any beer or wine down there either, for these very reasons.
So, Mr. Mayor, your advice on what we do now?
Today, we cannot find a resolution, definitely resolution. However, we do have the direction. Speed needed to be in the slow down, definitely. And we already mentioned, improve enforcement, contact with the police office and see if they can send the people. And another resolution for stop sign and then the bumper or another resolution. And
So I guess what is the specific recommendation from you, Mr. Berger?
Yeah.
Because I'll say right now, I'm open to obviously whatever the council wants to do on this. I am also open to a stop sign here.
I'm open to a stop sign, but I'm hearing from some of the residents
David, that is great. Yeah, otherwise we are going to sleep.
Yeah. I think it was last call. Anyway, but I'm not hearing unanimity among the neighbors. for what they prefer, but I mean, I agree that doing nothing is unacceptable. I sort of agree with the assessment of the traffic study that a lot of those studies are based on circumstances that are not analogous to Sonoma, and including the fact that there are, not every town has wineries every mile on every corner. I mean, and that has to be taken into account, which is why I like the trolley idea, get people out of their cars entirely. But something has to be done there. I don't know if it seems too narrow for a roundabout. I'm not an expert on roundabouts, but I lived in England for a long time, and I got to be expert at least on driving through roundabouts. And it seemed.
Teach me, please. I still don't get it.
And it seems kind of too small for that. I'm not really sure. But anyway, I'm open to it. I agree with Vice Mayor Barnett that if I would vote for a four-way stop sign there in a minute if I felt like that was the consensus of the neighbors. And that's the only thing holding me back from making that motion tonight.
Yes.
My desire.
Yes.
I'm not saying that's absolutely out of the question. What I'm saying is, I think there are traffic mitigation measures that are available to us that don't create significant carbon emissions and noise that happen at a stop sign.
You're right there.
We want traffic to flow. We don't want to stop it. We want it to flow at a reasonable pace where I can sit in the gazebo and have a glass of wine or coffee in the morning. And there are wonderful tools available to us to use. If those don't work, stop traffic. But I think I think the table with signage is a great start, and I think there are other valuable tools out there. And I defer to the traffic guys.
Mr. Mayor, how do we move forward?
How we can move forward? In a motion, or I don't think we have any.
No, I don't think a motion is going to be necessary, and under the recommended council action, it's recommended to the council defer the issue to the Traffic Engineering and Safety Committee for further analysis and recommendation. And what we're going to do is we're going to continue to reach out, talk to the neighbors. That's been successful up to now. It's going to continue to be successful. And then also work with our traffic engineer and come up with a solution. And just the number one solution that's being kicked around is the speed table. And get working through the traffic engineering safety committee, we can get police and fire, grassroots involved, make sure that we're accommodating any of their input into the solution, and move forward. And that's what was done previously, back in 2019. There were traffic calming measures put in place with the fog stripe, the decreased lane width, and the flashing sign that told you were going too fast. Did it work perfectly comprehensively? No. It slowed down westbound traffic 2 miles an hour, which is something. It's not enough. And so we want to go and try an additional measure.
And please consider the red curb as part of your.
Noted, written down. That's a great idea, Bob.
It is.
Councilman Felder.
So
Yeah,
is that how we
great
move
idea.
forward, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, and also I think the Greg mentioned about that. I think is very important, and putting a stop sign over there, maybe is not the best, resolution, because and the greenhouse gas issue. He wanted to keep the move, and then just slow.
What would you estimate the time frame is to roll some of these measures out?
If it were a speed table, I was already talking to Matt about that earlier, and just the issues are, pouring concrete's a little bit challenging right now, just coming out of COVID. And we have to get our ducks in a row on that, which we're in the process of doing. As soon as we do that, it's going to be a little bit of a design, and we were kicking around some of the parameters today. It's not insurmountable. It can get done. Once we come up with a plan, the job can take less than 2 or 3 days. Yeah.
And I believe this would be our first speed table in Sonoma. Are you aware of any other ones? We have like dips on Andrew Street, but we don't have like a speed
I think this
table.
would qualify as our first.
Yeah.
There's some things that are semi-close.
The bridge just west of 3rd Street is almost that.
Slightly, yes, and that's the one I was thinking about. Yeah.
We used to have speed bumps on Curtin, and they took them out. I don't know why.
Well, and there's also speed bumps on the road I take to get to Fry Creek Bridge.
Well,
Yeah.
Fire Creek has some.
Yeah.
Friar Creek
I mean,
Bridge.
but why, I mean, is there a reason we take them out?
I don't know specifically that situation, why they were taken out. We did rehab, and I remember, I actually was the engineer on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, come to the microphone.
Come to the microphone. Yeah, so I know they repaved it, and then,
Yeah, Curtin was rehabbed. I believe Dan Takasugi was the Public Works Director. That we were instructed to remove those, so we did.
well,
Yeah.
I think they'd like them back over there, and some other places as well. Because a lot of people, me included, I'll cut down Curtin rather than, go all the way to Napa on the corner, especially since they're ripping it up.
Yeah, I think
Pretty
that area
regular.
gets a lot of cut through traffic right from 7th, from 7th. Yeah, so
Yeah.
the speed humps are probably there to reduce the cut through
Yeah,
traffic initially.
so anyway, just always have to talk about the west side of town, so.
So,
my
Mr. Mayor,
hood.
with your direction, we're ready to move on.
Well, yeah, I mean, I just asking the timing because, and I know that it's not going to get forgotten, obviously. I just want a continued forward momentum on this. And past, as Mr. Brennan said, this is an issue that has come about since 2019, and I don't feel like it'll get forgotten this time, obviously. So.
Yeah, and on the agenda after we implement the mitigation measure is to do another speed survey. And
Great.
that'll follow forthcoming. We won't have to wait for it.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for all your help.
Yeah. How about you can bring back this issue in August, middle of the August, do you think?
Definitely design update and, what the consensus is. Yeah. And we can get the traffic, I keep forgetting the acronym, Traffic Engineering and Safety Committee. We can get them back in session and going and taking a look at this collaboratively.
And that committee should start, I think, meeting more often, like sort of proactively, rather than whenever there's an issue, we like send it to them, but perhaps they should start meeting more often to sort of be more proactive, I guess, in addressing some of these issues. That's another conversation, but thank you.
Also, they have a lot of the experience and passion for this. Yeah, we should make full use of, just like these neighbors, Greg and Peter. All right, I think you just covered everything. We want to put the motion, just copy what you said, and then we want to see you come back in August. All right, yeah. So let's move to 9 hours. We discussed seeing if we can move. Right now, it's in a public hearing 5.1, 5.2, 5.3. I don't think we discussed, or maybe we just leave to next meeting.
Well, if possible, I would like to get through it.
Is there any very, very urgent?
Oh, we'll be saying a little bit.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
I think we're probably gonna have to bring it back, but we should introduce it,
Yeah.
I mean, we might not get through our final thing, I don't know.
Yes.
I can do the timeshare. I think you opened up the timeshare ordinance. I can do it in about 30 seconds, and I've just used 10 of them. Your council currently has an urgency ordinance in place for timeshares and fractional ownership. If you do the introduction tonight and then a second reading on June 15th, 30 days thereafter will be effective, and it will replace the urgency. Staff and your planning commission recommend approval of the ordinance. Thank you.
And there's no changes from the urgency?
That is correct.
It's just,
And may I
I
just
think
say
we
that
defined managing entity, right?
we defined managing entity, and we also needed to bring your attention to the exhibit that we
Yes.
placed on the dais tonight, Exhibit A to the ordinance. Thank you.
Yes, I think that is right.
We updated the tables, that's right.
Yeah, that is right, yeah. Any questions? If no questions, I open to public. If any, yes, please, yeah, timesheet, that's great.
I should say good morning at this point.
Thank you for waiting for 4 hours or.
No, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. So good evening, Mayor Ding and esteemed council members. My name is Naseem Oil, and I am Public Affairs Manager for Picasso. I'd like to present some facts about who we are and dispel some of the common misconceptions about how we operate, and sharing 3 critical facts about the net positive contributions that Picasso homes bring to communities like yours. Recently, our company partnered with EBP, a trusted economic research firm, to conduct a study to understand the economic impact of Picasso co-ownership model in top second home destinations. For one, Picasso is not contributing to the housing crises or reducing affordable housing stock in communities. Picasso was founded on the belief that second home ownership across the United States is an inefficient use of housing. The average Picasso home costs 6 times more than the average second home and 7 times more than the average primary home. The study also found that the average second home is used only 11% of the year compared to Picasso homes, which are occupied nearly 90% of the year. Because co-owned homes are used year-round, Picasso homes result in nearly 10 times more spending at local businesses compared to the average second home. Picasso owners also make more tax contributions than traditional second homeowners. Second, co-ownership is not a timeshare and does not have the same traffic and noise impacts or characters as commercial hotels. Co-owners are responsible families committed to being good neighbors and enhancing the local community. For generations, groups of families and friends have been co-owning second homes together in Sonoma. For those that do, the experience can be labor-intensive and strain personal relationships. Picasso simply modernizes the second co-ownership through a fully managed owner experience. This co-ownership model utilizes luxury second homes nearly 90% more than the traditional second home owner. And like full-time residents, owners abide by local noise, parking, and garbage ordinances, and a code of conduct that supports a high quality of life in the neighborhood where they live. These policies also restrict noise and prohibit short-term rentals. Finally, second home co-owners pay significant property and sales tax and contribute at a higher frequency to the local economy. In many cases, more than traditional second home owners. LLC co-ownership is real estate property ownership. And as such, all co-owners pay property taxes like a primary owner would. In closing, I urge council to review the facts around real estate co-ownership in residential communities beyond California and across the U.S. to understand that Picasso is pioneering a new real estate category called co-ownership. This model makes efficient use of limited housing stock by consolidating demand away from affordable price points, along with ensuring families contribute in a responsible way to the neighborhood and community through abiding by local ordinances, paving their share of property taxes, and offering year-round support during a critical time in our nation. I welcome a conversation with any of you, with the community, and with anyone from the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Any more public comment? Looks like none.
Just for the record, this is a public hearing.
Oh, public hearing, okay. Any more? Yeah, no more. Okay. Yeah, let me close it. Do we need to just in a hearing or no comments or any comments from councils or here? Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, as I said in my brief presentation, you currently do have an urgency ordinance, and we've presented an ordinance to you tonight. Should your council wish to do that introduction, then we can return on the 15th.
Yes, we are expecting the 15th. So let's move to the
We would
five.
appreciate a motion based on the recommended council action
Okay.
of the staff report.
Say
I'll make a
again?
motion.
Oh, okay.
I make a motion to introduce ordinance amending municipal code title 19, 19.10.050, allowable land uses and permits, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Felder,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Barnett,
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte,
Aye.
Mayor Dean.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, the motion carries unanimously.
All right, let's move to public hearing 5.2. Discussion, consideration, and a positive action to introduce an ordinance amending Sonoma Municipal Code to add section 19.43, multiple family objective standards, and finding vicinal action exemption from the further seeker in California, or guidance, and the section 15061.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very briefly again, your planning commission has forwarded the ordinance before you this evening to address objective design standards for multifamily. Christina's here. She actually does have a PowerPoint, but we can certainly ask her to not do that in the interest of time, and spares all the details. But should your council wish to get into a lot of detail, I'd recommend that you continue it till we come back on the 15th. We may have more time. I can't guarantee it, but I'd like to think that we will. But this concludes staff's presentation. We'll recommend that you introduce the ordinance. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Right now, let me open to the public.
Normally, if I'm up this late, I'm out drinking, so this is quite the change of pace. Callum Meeks, Policy Director with Generation Housing. Thank you for being here tonight, and hopefully we can give a little bit of consideration to this. I'd like to start by expressing our appreciation to the City Council and staff for bringing this item forward. You know, reducing obstacles to development is arguably one of the most important actions communities can take to really help spur developments amidst our very challenging market conditions. Increase certainty, and you increase the likelihood something will actually be built. Keep in mind that the purpose of this ordinance is to ensure that housing is built to support all economic segments of the local workforce as stated in your general plan. So that being said, I'd like to share some concerns we have with the language of the ordinance as it is currently written. Like the SB 9 ordinance, the city is requiring 300 square feet per unit for common space. That's practically at J2 in terms of size, so another unit more or less. And if you do the math, for an 11-unit complex, this requirement, as accepted or as it is, would require 3,300 square feet of exterior common space on top of private outdoor space. It's highly likely, in my opinion, based off of my research, my understanding of state law, that HCD will view this alone as a violation of SB 330, which in simple terms prohibits the reduction of land use or the intensity of land use on any given parcel. Sonoma has limited space. This is not something that's new or novel in terms of God, I can't even speak clearly. I'm sorry. It's not something that's new to you folks. And so really it's important that we maximize the use of our remaining infill properties here in the city of Sonoma so we avoid spillover to UVG, which is, I know, a stated priority and something very near and dear to every Sonoma Countyan here in this region. And so, really viewed through the lens of the general plan, these requirements, again, reducing the number of units, really reduce the number of opportunities to create more opportunities for folks who actually work here to live here. And keep in mind, this is not a new fact to you, but Sonoma Valley Hospital, most of the folks that work there do not live here. That's a problem, and that needs to be resolved. In respect to amenities, I totally agree we should have amenities, but again, as listed currently, I just feel like it's further reducing the intensity of land, and that's again an issue. And I'm fairly certain that HCD will take issue with that. I don't know if you're aware, but in a recent, well, not so recent now, CalMatters article, Sonoma was actually explicitly mentioned and called out because of their SB 9 ordinance, and that is still being reviewed by HCD as we speak. So I do apologize for not engaging with staff. I have not had the opportunity to. I've been very busy. Otherwise, I would have approached them and discussed this a little bit more. And so I would really urge you to contemplate what I've said tonight. Maybe, potentially provide some direction to staff and bring this back. But I do think there are some concerns here, and quite frankly, I'm coming forward to help you because I really think that if HCD finds issues with this, it could very well jeopardize your draft housing element being approved. Violates state law, housing element doesn't get approved. It's as simple as that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for helping us, Cal. Mr. Storer, may I ask a question?
Yes, sure.
Can you talk about the HCD situation, like in terms of reducing intensity and how that aligns with SB 330? From what I understand, all the 300 square foot.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but can we finish with the public hearing before we move forward with?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was it. Sorry.
Do you have any more public comments?
No, I think I'm good.
No, I was somebody else. How about, all right, let me
I
close the
apologize.
public comment.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I apologize.
No problem.
So we already have that in our code, right? So that wouldn't be a reduction per HCD?
Yeah, if I can just respond to the comments that have been made at the microphone. It's my opinion that Mr. Weeks is misinformed. With all due respect, the HCD is not currently looking at this issue. He's misinformed in that. I've spoken with HCD frequently with staff at HCD on this particular issue, and also SB 9 that was alluded to in his comments. I'm sure the Attorney General would have sent us a letter along with those others. The speaker was misinformed with respect to the fact that we have not introduced new information in violation of SB 330 in this ordinance. The standard that you just referred to is currently in our code. So this is not new stuff. This is not something that we've made out of whole cloth to thwart SB 9 or some other SB 30 provision or even the Housing Accountability Act. So we've been very thoughtful in our construction of the ordinance and had legal staff review it as well. So I do take exception to the comments, and I believe you've been misinformed.
So just to clarify, SB 330 doesn't allow you to impose new standards that reduces the intensity. We're just continuing our already existing standards.
That is correct. The Housing Crisis Act was January the 1st of 2019 when it became effective, and we've not adopted anything new post that date that we haven't already had in our code that's already there.
That's great.
Thank you.
All right. So who wants to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to introduce ordinance amending Sonoma Municipal Code to add section 19.43 multifamily objective standards and finding this action exempt from further environmental review under the CEQA guidelines.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Can I have a comment? Just process-wise, just because it's late and, there was things raised that we really haven't had time to discuss. When this comes back, will we still have time to amend this ordinance?
I believe there's certain things you may do, but it's more on the typographical, not necessarily content. I think I'd defer to council, but if you make significant changes or something that's out of the ordinary, we'd have to come back and do a first introduction again.
What do you consider significant changes? Like if
It
we
has
said,
to be a substantive change. If you're going to change the square footage per dwelling unit of common outdoor space, then that would be a substantive change. That would require, so the second reading would essentially become the first. We'd have to come back again.
okay, but we could do it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Well, yeah, there would be renoticing involved.
Also, our council member could send an email or after and out of the meeting. Is possible or?
Always feel free to send me an email.
Okay. Yeah, because if we find any significant changes, All right. We got
Mr. Mayor, if I can, before you do your roll call, sorry for interrupting here, but your planning commission has scrubbed this. I mean, they've reviewed it and gone through it, provided recommendations. We came back and reviewed that with them, and it is before you with their unanimous recommendation of approval.
They spent quite a bit of time on this one, didn't they? Like multiple.
Yeah, and
like multiple meetings, right?
Yeah, we went through the ad hoc and I believe a couple of meetings at the planning commission.
We have the motion, we have the second, right? And then roll call, please.
Councilmember Felder,
Aye.
Councilmember Lowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Barnett,
Aye.
Councilmember Agarmati,
Aye.
Mayor Ding.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Let's move to agenda number 5.3, discussion, consideration, and a possible action to introduce of an ordinance amending the Sonoma Municipal Code to move subdivision ordinance. Codified in the Division 6 of the Title 16, Chapter 19.60 through 19.71 to the Title 16, Chapter 16.01 through the 16.13 with a minor substantive and changes, and find the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very quickly, this is really just a relocation of your subdivision ordinance from Title 19 to Title 16, I think it is.
Yeah.
It was there originally. There's a space there waiting for it to go back again. We're just trying to streamline this as far as helping the public understand where things are usually is not typically found within your development code, or in this case, your zoning ordinance per se. That was a good attempt 20 odd years ago, but it was leading edge technology at the time, but I think the fat is over. And if you look through a lot of municipal codes, you'll find them separated as we're recommending tonight. This has been reviewed by the ad hoc, I believe, and also the commission, planning commission, and staff recommends your introduction of the ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me open to public. Any public comments? Right now it's the time. Looks like none. Okay, let me bring to our council.
So just for the record, the public hearing has been closed.
Yes. Yeah, let me close the public comments.
Anyone like to?
Any? I think the similar discussion, or I think the same thing. If we find any significant changes, we want to contact you and the next meeting and the 15th, and we can, speak and.
If you make substantive changes,
Oh,
you have to redo it. It has to be
All right.
renoticed, so it won't be till August.
Okay. All right.
Well, I'd like to. Is there any discussion, or can I make a motion? Okay, I'd like to make a motion to introduce an ordinance amending the Sonoma Municipal Code to move the subdivision ordinance codified in Division 6 of Title 19, Chapters 1960 through 1971 to Title 16, Chapters 1601 through 1613, with minor substantive changes.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Felder,
Aye.
Councilmember Lowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Barnett,
Aye.
Councilmember Agarmati,
Aye.
Mayor Ding.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Let's move to agenda number 7, council member report and the comments. 7.1, committee reports. Any?
Well, I go.
All right.
A quick one.
Sure.
I had a meeting with the Sonoma Valley Citizens Advisory last Wednesday, and among others, they had a couple of items on their agenda, but the interesting one was the Sonoma Raceway has got a major construction project to rebuild some of the garages, and that was recommended to be approved by PRMD.
Last Monday, I attended Sonoma Valley Groundwater Agency in the meeting, and we unanimously approved. We want to keep the fees and the rate and the move forward, because at the beginning we have a little bit different ideas, especially from the winery owners. They want to, let the county play more roles during this period of time. But our city's position is very, very strong. Firm. We want to move forward. That's the reason why we set up Sonoma Valley the groundwater agency's reason. So, no other item to report. How about you?
Nothing from me?
No. All right. So let's move to agenda number 8, city manager comments and announcements.
So I just have one announcement. I'm going to be on vacation starting tomorrow through the 7th for my daughter's wedding. David Storer will be acting city manager. And then Rebecca has an announcement and David has an announcement.
That's great.
Just very briefly, I wanted to remind the council and members of the public, the Treasure Artist Reception is next Thursday, June 9th, starting at 6:30. RSVPs are required for that event. So the RSVPs are, the end for RSVPs are June 6th at 5 p.m. and you can do that through our city website. So please make sure to do those reservations to honor Pat Meyer-Johnson, our treasure artist.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
And very briefly, Mr. Mayor, the LAFCO continued their hearing today on the MSR. It was supposed to have been around 2 o'clock today. There was a confusion about whether it was going to be in person or Zoom, and that's going to be rescheduled, I believe, to next month when we're dark, although I'll be in attendance should that MSR be discussed. I have spoken with Mr. Bramfitt, the executive officer there, provided him comments on not so much the content of the MSR, but some typos and things of that nature, cleanup that he needs to do to the document before it becomes final. I did ask him if he'd be available to do a presentation at the Planning Commission. He's amenable to that in June, but he's going to be out of town, so there may be a time where in June I'll do a presentation on the MSR to the Planning Commission, or maybe defer that to a later point in time in case you're interested in watching that, or even coming to attend to hear of that. And then the second thing is that on the June 16th meeting, I plan to make a presentation regarding the spring-specific plan and EIR. I'd asked county staff to see if they had an interest in doing that, and they're unable to do that at this point. Because of the timeliness of the public review period of the EIR, I wanted to kind of have that discussion with the Planning Commission by means of introduction to the actual specific plan. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the next, agenda number 9, the city attorney comments. David.
I have no report, thank you.
Thank you so much. Agenda number 10.
But don't you have an announcement real quickly, Mr. Mayor? Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow? Yeah,
Yeah.
I already practiced the baseball stuff. Yeah,
Opening day?
Yeah, 6:05. Yeah, I encourage everyone will go over there.
Opening day of the Sonoma Stompers. Mayor Ding will be throwing out the first pitch.
Yes.
Yes.
Today they already took a picture for me. So the mayor is practicing.
I will be there, for sure.
Wonderful. Again, thank you so much, everyone. Keep everyone, the longer, really working hard, make something that happen, Very efficient. Yeah, we work together. Thank you again. Yeah, good night.
Thank you.